video in the window here.
I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yeah,
it's the old
he helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahoo, he do the bled. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manotas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He running to the hills like a Philistine. G-Hawk hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to debate me. I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-Time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cop, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I be there. Yeah. Man, they know they no contest. Yeah. Yahoo, he do the bled. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. You stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Yeah! Lions is in the building! Goddamn fool. That's right. My name is JJ 7000, the most feared debater on this goddamn planet. Anytime when you, hey, I felt like I was young Dolph in that goddamn debate. Hey, they lured me to the cookie shop. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? That's what happened. They lured the most feared debater in the cookie shop. It took a Confederate against thee. I'm talking about it took a collaboration of pseudo killers and these so-called paradigm shift 538, whatever the hell number it is. The most unorganized debate league I ever seen in my goddamn life. You claim you want to model yourself after the Lions Den? Bro, you got a long way to go. See, over here, hey, we represent quality. You see what I'm saying? Excellence when it comes to these debates, when it comes to hosting debates. We don't do all this shit where you got 2 or 3 different hosts popping in and popping out. And the second host letting other motherfuckers talk over you when they ain't even in the goddamn debate. We don't have no secret goddamn judges that we ain't ever seen in our goddamn life who they don't know their head from a goddamn hole in the wall. This is what you're dealing with over there at Paradigm 314. As much goddamn I done broke my back over there to help support that goddamn platform, sharing it every time I go on a motherfucker. I shared it to every goddamn person in my goddamn messenger and all my groups. Your little promoters in there, I went on their page, they ain't barely sharing the shit. Well, let's get to the information, ladies and gentlemen. Before we do that, we got to introduce Sister Karima. Go ahead, Queen.
What to do, everybody? Please hit the like if you like the information that's presented tonight. Yeah, this is one of our affiliate platforms that's on the screen. Put your platform in the comment section so they can get a hold of you. Drifted in podcast.
Okay.
And we also have a sister that's affiliated with us, Cinderella. I don't know where she at, but hopefully she joined us tonight. But yeah, these are the platforms that we actually, is affiliated with us. Hello.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all know what's going on, but this is called Cedric Ortega and Mandinka Mali. Recap of the Christopher Columbus come to America before Africans. It was a long debate. It was like 10-minute opening apiece, 3 20-minute rounds apiece, two 10-minute question and answer for both of us, and then a 5-minute close. That's like goddamn near a 3-hour debate. It was long, so it was a lot of information that was put out there by one side. You hear me? By one side, the Lions Den side. You pseudo killers, you didn't put out anything. Nobody, I went around, took a survey. Nobody learned from you, Cedric. You didn't teach us anything about no Christopher Columbus and how he got here. Why the hell they got? Look, I found out the other night they got him buried in 4 places now. It was 3. Now more conclusive evidence, more breaking news that came out. They got him buried in 4 different places. Seville, goddammit, somewhere in Cuba. I mean, this dude, what they do? Cut him up? Come on, man. I mean, they didn't hold this dude accountable for anything. But what can I expect from 2 rookie judges? The only one that did real decent is Honey. And I'm not saying that because she voted for me. Because I'm just saying it because she has some common goddamn sense. You hear me? She has some common sense. Explain it to you, but you can't understand it for them other 2. Them other 2 goddamn judges was in La La Land changing diapers and goddamn painting their toes. Because there's no way they could have been paying attention to this goddamn debate. What I'm saying, hey, well, the reason why, I wish I could have seen more from you explaining more about Christopher Columbus and this and that about Christopher. That ain't my job, lady. I get a vote to Cedric. The other one said, oh, yeah, man, Cedric was off topic. 2 of the judges said you was off topic. And then one of the judges said you was off topic and JJ was rambling. But I give it to Cedric. Come on, man. That shit was set up, man. So, Kareem, let's go back to where we started off yesterday to kind of recap,
Make sure y'all hit the panel. Hit the panel.
Yeah, hit the panel. If you want to jump on, I don't know, the link in the chat, Kareem?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Shout out to my wife, Jenny Hayes. Hey, Kareem, when you get a chance, man, can you give can you give her a wrench?
I got you. Tell her to make a comment so I can.
All right, make a comment, babe. All right. Make a comment in the chat. All right. Hey, so we got sisters. We got Tawana up there. I don't know if you've seen the debate last night. This is why we say that we are the creme de la creme when it comes to fair debate. You hear me?
I seen it last night. Yes, sir. Yes,
what
sir.
You think?
I seen it last night.
What you think?
Like I put it in the chat, I think that JJ, you always gonna come with some real good heat and some good information. You put it to where it's very entertaining, so people may feel, as I heard, I don't know that you're jabbering, but you're not jabbering. You're just entertaining us while you're giving the information that you give.
Right.
Okay. So in regards to the other gentleman, Cedric, I respect his stance. I see where he was coming from, but the information that he provided, I couldn't really get where that information is coming from, because you can't discover something that's already inhabited. So when that situation was there, the issue was Was there Africans there? I don't feel that Cedric was on topic. He kept talking about other things in regards to genetics and things like that, but he was not talking about Christopher Columbus and what happened, how he got there, what
Where he
happened
land.
there.
Yeah. Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have
Did
any
he leave any
information.
tools, any pottery, any navigation? Where's diary at? He said they have fragments of his diary.
He kind of was off topic. So when you were saying, hey, let's get back on topic, I felt that he was just kind of going more at you instead of the information. So tonight is a good night to recap. I'm back, of course. I'm part of the den. I wanted to make sure that the notes are kept because we want to make sure that if you guys have any sources, that we could go ahead and get those sources in the chat so people can look up their own sources, right? Because it's always good to look up your own information so you can get your own understanding. So that's why I'm here tonight, to kind of help out and make sure that, those receipts get looked at.
All right. And like I said, even with the
I feel
judges,
you won, JJ. I feel that
say it again. Say it again.
I feel like you won. I do. I don't feel like he was on topic because, see, I've been a judge as well. Right. And one of the main things that you do as a judge, there's certain things that we look at. The thing that first thing that we look at is the information. Are they staying on topic? If they have a presentation, when they're doing their slides, does the slides coincide with what they're talking about?
Right.
Look at the sources. Are those sources reliable? I can make a link. That don't mean anything. We need to make sure that these sources are reliable. The Equator or the Sun magazine, they got links. That don't mean that the information is true. So we want to make sure that's the next thing. And the next thing is the timing, right? Every time you give the information, you want a timer. So you're to give out as much information so the audience can understand what you're talking about and be able to kind of like piggyback on what you're talking about with the information.
Right.
If you're not on topic, we can't do that as the audience because you're kind of everywhere. Right. So that was, for me, that was the automatic loss. Yeah. That was the automatic disqualification, basically, of the whole debate, because
you don't know how to debate,
and you're not doing it within the time frame being on topic.
Just up there running his lip, and we had to listen to him for 20 minutes. 3 rounds of 20 minutes of nothingness. We learned absolutely nothing about Christopher Columbus, and you proven that he came here before anybody else, and especially Africans.
Well, we know for a fact that it was inhabited when he got here.
Yeah, we know that. But what makes him think that Africans didn't come over here to admix with the indigenous people over here? When you're seeing all these artifacts, you're seeing all this jewelry and weapons, you know what I'm saying? And then the EM2 marker is there before, goddamn it, 1492. So I try to give him a chance. But I said, if you don't believe the Christopher Columbus voyage and you don't believe Master Musa's story about Akbar II's his voyage here, so we got to throw both of those out the window. Now we got to prove some kind of evidence that these peoples were over here. So Christopher Columbus is Italian. So now you got to show that his peopling group was over here before Africans. Not no one dude gonna make no goddamn impact. Yeah, let's make sure. Hey, I see you, baby.
If there's some information that you have to understand, that these computers only give what we give them. They can also
he was asking them leading questions. That's how you get his information.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So we've seen in the chat, because I've been here for years, a couple, right? And we've seen many a times where Karima has manipulated AI. You can manipulate it.
For sure.
So if that's how he's getting all of his documentation from links and not scrolls or things like that, then that has to be questioned. If you say that there was a scroll that was discovered in a museum and this is what the scroll had on it, this is the actual scroll, and this is what this is interpreted as, then that would be some sort of reliable source, right?
Yeah.
But
Hey, real
if
quick,
you-
sister TJ, let's introduce the other two people we got on the panel that we're gonna get. We got a new Kakarot, one of the founding forefathers of Naga World Order. Go ahead, Aki, former Intercontinental Champion in the goddamn building. Go ahead.
What up, JJ? It's your boy, Anu Kakarek, man. Naga representing, you know how it is. Holding it down, man. I'm just here to pop shit about the debate last night. You know what I'm saying? It was a fucking robbery in progress.
For sure.
We just gonna talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We got one of the original Lions Den member in the house. You know, he also robbed me in a debate because Jabari had goddamn infiltrators in the Lions Den. Daniel Haru. God damn it. Go ahead.
Oh damn. Oh,
you know I ain't gonna never let that go.
I know you ain't gonna never let that one go. But, hey,
not even.
Yeah, he gonna leave it go. But hey, peace to everybody, peace to Lions Den. And hey, and I watched the debate, and also as a judge, I'm not gonna say who won or who lost, but I will say this. I will say that, you know, like a judge, I'm looking for the A and B side. And there were certain things that as the A side, you know, saying that there was Africans there before Columbus.
Whoa, stop.
What?
What's the name of the debate?
This is, did Columbus reach America before Africans?
So who we talking about? Columbus?
No, we talk no. So let me explain. So
are you saying the burden of proof is on me or him?
No. The burden of proof, if you say that there is, the burden of proof is, but let me finish. So the burden of proof is on you. You're the A side. You say there was. Now, I think that you had some really compelling and strong arguments, and you had your sources lined up to back them. Like one was the genetic marker that you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that you mentioned was the textiles and the arrowheads, and you had, which was secondary, but they were first eyewitness accounts that Van Sertimore that he was getting from Portuguese and Spanish. Now on his side, which is the B side, really what I saw was just a dismissal of evidence. That's what I saw.
That's how you see it.
I said the same thing. Did I not?
And so, you know, because you have to, you know what I'm saying, as the A side, when you present your argument, then it is up to the B side to disprove your argument, discredit it. But not just discredit, but you have to discredit it or rebut it with actual contradicting evidence. And so you can't explain, okay, if you go with the account that Columbus was there before Africans and the Africans got there doing the transatlantic slave trade, which means that there's no way that genetic marker could have made it before Columbus. That was one. Two, when you have accounts from Van Sertimore, they say that was your interpretation of when he said there was a dark skin or black people there. Now, they've been in, and they had coastline of Africa. They were already in relation in experiences and observations and relationship with Africans.
Facts.
When they had met the first indigenous people over there, they described them. They said they were red, they were brownish, they was tan, they was toned, they were dark. They were saying these things, but they never referred to them as dark people. So when he was saying that, oh, well, that's JJ's interpretation, it couldn't have been JJ's interpretation or Van Sertimer's interpretation, because they distinguished the two people, and the only people that they called black in that time period were Africans. The arrowheads was there. The people described them as a dark people that they had captive. So you can't refute that by saying, oh no, that's his interpretation, you would have to come back with another linguistics or another source that stated that they called those people at that time, not after.
That's right.
They called them black. So I was really and I actually listened to the arguments and I went over them and I was like, because it's an interesting argument, right? So it was good debate. And so I don't think that he was able to overcome the argument. He was not able to present the argument that would 100% refute what you were saying. I would have been interested in him to see it, and the thing is like, oh, well, they could have come over here. Well, right. That's just interpolation. That's conjecture. You have to prove that why couldn't they have come over? And then when you presented it and I was surprised because I mean you were hitting with the sources,
hitting them.
You was layering them. You was layering them. And so you know what I'm saying? It was one of those things where you ain't gonna be able to get to all JJ's arguments and his points because he's just overloading you with the report from 2000 and I think it was 2003 that you presented.
Oh, 2000.
He would have had to directly.
I had so many I forgot for the years.
Directly refute that. He would have to directly refute the genetic marker that's from Africa. He would have to directly refute by saying, oh, when he started talking about the textiles, and he said, well, these are similar things of knowledge, right? And I hear this argument,
back that up, though, Daniel. If you watch each slide, he's just making bullet point statements, even with my name in it.
Well, here's the thing, right?
It's not credible.
So when he was saying about the textiles, this is what I found funny. It had nothing to do with Cedric, but this is what I found. I related it to arguments that I hear. They said that the textiles, right, are just kind of universal. These are just similar things that people have in place.
Right.
Now, I'm an atheist. I call myself a comedic atheist just for the spiritualism side of it. But that same argument cannot be used when we're talking about Jesus. When people say, well, Jesus was these things about Jesus were archetypes and they were similar to this. So this must be Jesus. This can't be Jesus. I mean, because there's different archetypes. Like, no, that's not it. But then the same argument was used to say, well, this was a shared kind of universal knowledge type of thing with textiles. They kind of look like they're African, but they're not really African. The spiral heads that they say were gold look like they're African, but they're really not African. That's not definitive enough to overcome your point. So I just think you had a stronger argument. I think you presented it stronger. I think
so. You gotta tell me who you think won, bro. I mean, we need to hear. I don't care if you say no.
Like I said, you had the stronger argument. I feel he didn't prove his case. He didn't prove his case over you. As far as in the A/B side, he didn't do it.
He didn't do it. I told him, man, you're not a debater, bro. You just run your mouth. You got lucky.
See what happened?
You got lucky and beat Silk over there on side of the TV. That's how you got the belt, nigga.
I'm gonna tell you what happened. What happened was, you know how they have a pre-discussion before the debate.
Yeah,
and he actually got all the information that they was going back and forth with arguing, and he made a powerful presentation on that argument. But what happened, when you're on the football field and you 42 fake somebody, like you go somewhere else because they think that you're going this way, you end up
Shout Kareem.
And you
I can't hear. Is she breaking up or is it me?
40.
I think she breaking up.
Oh, okay. Well, you breaking up
them with the information, and that's what
I do that all the time.
Okay,
I do that all the time, though, Kareem.
Yeah,
I do that all the time. I put that information out there, had them preparing for what they think I'm gonna say in the goddamn debate, and I done went somewhere else.
That's why you had your name all through the presentation.
And then, hey, Daniel Haru, he was doing straw man arguments because he went first, and he was bringing up stuff that I hadn't even brought up in the debate. Did you catch that? And I brought it up.
Well, I heard you say that, I heard you say that, and you know, based on what you're saying now, because I heard you saying about like, well, he gotta be, you know, presenting something that you said or something that was in the earlier. Maybe I missed something, but based on what he said, it was probably. It seems like it was based on what Kareem was saying. It seemed like it was something that you said during the pre-debate that he prepared for, and he was holding.
Yeah, it was like back going back and forth.
Yeah.
And so when you go first, you can't jump out like that.
He forgot about Christopher Columbus. He left Christopher Columbus in the damn river
in his opening.
Bro, that was the funniest shit ever. Because I'm like, in the first round, I'm like, hold on. You got a whole straw man argument going on because here's the thing. Whether if the Africans came to the to the Americas before Christopher Columbus, that's one thing. Whether they bred in with the people is a whole nother thing. Those are two totally different subjects. Those are not the same subject. Just because they came here don't mean that they had to mix with the motherfuckers. And I'm not saying they didn't mix with them. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about for argument's sake. Like if you said that they come here, nah, JJ's proving that they came here. To me, when you get to talking, when you was talking about,
correct.
Yeah, like when you got to talking about the metallurgy,
that is correct.
The textiles, when you got to talking about that shit, that's trade shit. We might have just came here and hocked some shit and dipped. You know what I'm saying? We might have dropped off some shit and dipped. Like we might not. It might not have been us over here just out here fucking sucking and shit. You see what I'm saying? So just because the Native Americans ain't African, don't mean the Africans didn't show the fuck up here. You see what I'm saying? And I was looking for him to attack the relics and the artifacts, and he never did that shit. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, nigga, hold up. So you not gonna rebut that shit?
Right.
You gotta rebut that shit. I don't know how niggas win debates without rebuttals. Like how do you win without rebuttals? Like, is this really a debate?
Right.
You
like I hit him with 40 bullets. 40
now, if he was rebuttaling the shit you said in the back chat, hey. But he was not rebutting the shit that was presented though. You see what I'm saying? And that, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, he had that motherfucker. It looked nice, the graphics and shit. It was laid out, man. Shit was laid out, looked real nice. And I'm just saying, like, you know, he got the speech and the vernacular down and GG.
He got a good little orator type of a voice.
Yeah,
but you ain't got no goddamn
AI.
If you ain't got no information.
Look, I ain't even on the AI thing, but the AI can't perform for you.
Right.
You can have the AI set that shit up for you the whole 9 yards, but at the end of the day, you gotta perform that motherfucker. And bruh, nigga, I see a bunch of fallacious ass shit, straw man arguments. I seen appeal to authority. I seen appeal to tradition. I seen many
appeal to the consensus.
Oh my God.
The consensus. Nah, bro. You
know what I'm saying? False economy. Because thinking that just because you don't find no African genes in the Native Americans, so the Africans must not have came there. That's a fucking fallacy. That's a false dichotomy. Like nigga, maybe they looked at them people like, man, we ain't fucking with you little nasty, dirty ass Indians. Hey, but we'll sell y'all our shit. We'll sell y'all this shit. We'll teach y'all this shit right here though. I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of stuff, JJ, you did not bust dude head with. And I was like, damn, like JJ could have hit him with the Arabic scholars. Nigga, the Arabic scholars, bro, that shit go back 400, 300 years before Columbus was ever born. He wasn't even born yet. And they was writing about that shit, about the Africans selling over there to the Americans. And so I'm just saying, a lot of that.
You know, one thing that I think that that everybody, I think, maybe take for granted, or the big assumption, is that the Africans' only trade route possibly to the Americas was the Atlantic. And I
Right.
don't believe that's true. There's nothing that says that they had to go through the Atlantic. Nothing. As far as in trade, I mean, you know, even just think about it, right? Even the Europeans,
man,
when they were,
that Pacific route.
yeah, because even the Europeans before the Atlantic, but even before the Atlantic, the Europeans were going around the Cape of Africa to get to India. If you keep going, you go wind up right in North America. So I'm just saying that it's possible, it's at least plausible, that they did not go that way across the Atlantic, not all the time. Or
Hey, hold on. Hey, this Marcus. Hey, y'all. Hey, hold on for a minute, y'all. Marcus just sent me a text and said I got drugs. So we want you at the Lions Den. We live right now. Me and New, Daniel Rue, Karima, Sister Trey. Come on here and show his points. Show us how he showed Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africa. We invite you, Marcus.
Are you niggas just hating. Like I said.
Yeah, hating.
If you
come on.
Look at the debate title and you concluded that Cedric won, your ass don't understand debates and
you don't understand debates. Jump on.
I said because he never satisfied the debate topic. He never satisfied that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like what the fuck?
Hey, people gotta understand that the topic is the debate.
The topic.
The title of the debate is the topic. Period. You ain't show. At least I show some kind of Africans doing this, and you know, here goes some artifacts, and here this and that. Here go to EM2, all that. You didn't provide anything. And then when I asked you them questions about Christopher Columbus, and did you what about this agreement with the Spanish monarchs or you know the Queen and all that? This is that. Where's that document? It's fake. There is no evidence. You hear me? So he didn't show no kind of trail of how it happened. Because Christopher Columbus is the main guy. You put his name in there. You should say Europeans or something. You probably wouldn't even have to have no person that you had to prove. My stuff just said mine said African, so I can show African artifacts. I can show the indigenous people saying, yeah, they came over here, man. Yeah, man, we kicked it with them. Or they went to war with us against these naked ass goddamn Irish motherfuckers that came over here. The Celtics. You know, they got murals of that. Oh man. You did a horrible job, Cedric. And you know, Marcus over there with Garfield and them anyway, Kyle. You know, so we already know what it is.
It's receipt. I asked AI because y'all don't know nowadays. Y'all can use the images now. You ain't got to just type it. I didn't, smart enough dummies. So you can actually use AI and tell them do this receipt, this information that's in this image, which he posted, which I keep saying had nothing to do with the debate, or even the title that he put up there. That title, literally, them receipts had nothing to do with that. You feel me? The bottom of it, it says Clover, what is it? DNA, dealing with Native Americans bloodline with something, didn't have nothing to do with the topic. So I asked AI, you feel me, does this receipt have anything to do with the topic? It actually said, no, that dude ran out the chat. Where he at? Because he couldn't even debunk AI. I'm not going to argue with y'all. Let AI argue with you over your own receipts and your information. Them receipts didn't have nothing to do with the debate.
Oh, you talking about that source that he calls up putting up?
Yes.
This how he did his source.
I made AI repeat what the source is and asked if the source have anything to do. And then I asked AI to judge, and AI said he lost. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I simulated the debate with AI too. When just all the information I put out and he has put out on this topic. And the nigga lost 9. They gave me 9.5 points. They gave that nigga 4.5.
That shit the great equalizer. Niggas gonna hate that shit. You niggas come up with into a tie, nigga. We can have AI be the tiebreaker, nigga. You mother's gonna hate that shit.
Right.
But JJ, one of the things with debates, and I know, like, I'm not a topic
and you see me already do it. I had a nigga mad. I did that already. You seen that?
AI is
Hey, Marcus, jump on. Stop hiding.
Yeah, JJ. So I'm not a topics person. I'm more of a, the person has to attack your premise, right? So once you do your premise and you put your first opening round out there, the person has to attack and refute your talking points. They have to refute your argument. They cannot go on a alternative presentation that sideways kind of argue things that you didn't present, or that you maybe not even
yourself. Sideways, he did that shit bold in front of us, and then think we don't catch it.
In order to win a debate, you got to do that.
I told you,
I think some of the stuff he was trying to address, I just don't think it was strong. I don't think it was strong enough for what you were putting up, because you weren't just putting up stuff. You were, now he could say your sources was weak or whatever, but you put them up. You definitely put them fuckers up there.
What he put up?
So
somebody named David Ortiz, and he claimed debunk Ivan Van Sertima's work, and when I looked it up, he ain't did shit. And then, like I said, you didn't show the methodology. You didn't show what he did to debunk it. Then you lied and said you debunked Clyde Winter's research.
I want to see one of you.
You didn't put shit up.
I want to see one of these weak bitch ass niggas come make a presentation where they're actually debunking these scholars, man. Clyde Winters, Ivan Van Sertima, like any of them. I want to actually see them do the shit live, bro. Like, because them men got credentials behind their back, and I'm just saying, like, the academia world don't talk about them motherfuckers like y'all do. The white man don't dog them motherfuckers.
Don't dog them out like that. Right.
They talk to them motherfuckers with respect and dignity.
Hey, you got Leo Weiner. I think he's some kind of Russian or some kind of one of them type of fellas. He also either Ivan built off his work or he built off Ivan's work, one or the other. So this is not just Afrocentric, bro. This is the truth. History has to be rewritten because it was built off pseudoscientific racism.
And they know that. They know the.
They know that.
They know the Reconstruction era happened. You know for a fact. Like we could all stop playing the games. And during Reconstruction era, they rewrote history. Let's keep it a buck. They rewrote history. That's the reason why all this shit fucked up. I'm with you, JJ. Christopher Columbus is just as fake as Santa Claus, nigga. You hit that shit right on the motherfucking head. We ain't got no proof that bitch ass nigga ever lived.
Hey, they got him buried in 4 goddamn places. I thought it was 3. They didn't came out with a 4th place. So, hey, Kareem, let's go ahead and get into a little bit of this. I don't know. Nunu, was you here yesterday when we recapped the opening? That was horrible. And then the question and answer round. Hey, Daniel Haru, did you see the question and answer round?
No, I saw part of it. I didn't watch all of it on the question and answer. And the reason why I didn't, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I did. Before you got to that, and I was listening to part of it, I was like, the question, unless you just give it up and say, yeah, you won, to me, I thought it was over at that point. Unless you just give it up.
Oh, it was over, Cedric.
I thought it was no way for him to overcome what you had presented. Unless, some people was like, yeah, you're right, and you succeed to the person's point, which I know you're not gonna do. So I was like, yeah, I was good.
Yeah. I told this nigga.
Well, let me recap for you. The brother didn't let JJ say 2 words without him.
Start with me first, and then watch how he handles this question and answer round. And then we're gonna go to our first round of the debate, Kareem, since we didn't get to do that yesterday. Huh? Yeah. And then look, one of the judges ain't even on the panel right now. You hear me? See, I told you they fell off. She was gone for a minute. And DMG got mad at me because I said, well, damn, even one of the judges fell off. Really, it should be like a tie, or something like that. If one of the judges ain't there, and then here we go. Let's go. And look at his sources. He's putting up bullet points with no source behind.
That's based on.
Watch. All right, let's go to this question and answer round.
And just because a person got a PowerPoint don't mean they shit right.
That's right. But I'm saying he acting like he just all forced up. Again, you got shit. That's okay. Let me leave that alone right there.
Hey, I got sources. But I can't put them in here. I got sources. Look in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Kramer fell off.
Oh.
But yeah, this nigga lied, talking about he debunked Clyde Winter's work on sickle cell research. You never done. And then you brought that up before I even mentioned anything about sickle cell.
How you gonna debunk Clyde Winter's work on sickle cell if you don't own no laboratory? I mean, shut the fuck up, man.
Bro, he didn't bring. But then when he said it, I said, "Well, okay. Well, who was these people? What's his name? Look, can we see what he did? Can we? Because see, he's talking about. Then he said somebody debunked Ivan Van Sertima, and then he didn't show none of his work or what he did.
Well, he put a Craig on him. That's the same shit Craig did to me. He used old boy named Reginald Pocock name in our Panther debate, but he never cited dude work though.
Right.
He just spent his own narrative about some shit that literally the man said the total opposite of, and I was just like, that's crazy.
Man, them nigga got 2 debates, man, in this whole goddamn 5
I
years. Probably lower than that. Come on, man.
He be in the bench with big shit, and I'm like, bro, my body of work speaks for itself, man.
Right, I seen you start posting.
Yeah, well, you a lazy ass.
Hey, his body of work got something to do with you. Yeah, he in your body of work. That's it. Somebody else. Come on, man. Oh, we waiting on Karima, so I guess
but you know, if you present information like you said, if you ain't have it in your presentation, it's non sequitur. Right. It doesn't even count. Even if it was correct, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. I didn't bring that up.
Hey, the dude is not a good debater.
He'd be crying and shit because he like, you had a 3-hour review on our debate. I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like that. Like when you really know what the fuck you talking about, and like I dissect the shit.
Yeah, you expose them niggas. That's what it is. That's why they mad. We slow it down over here. You know, it should be happening fast in a debate. You gotta slow it down. All right, Kramer, go ahead and show the question and answer round and watch this goofy. Dude's horrible.
Ratchet. We got it from here, brother. We got it.
Yeah. He come in and interrupt.
I'm about to leave, y'all. Come on. All right, peace out. We're going to see you on the after show.
He ain't going to debate nobody neither. He a flavor for you.
He just made an announcement saying if you don't want people dancing in your video like P. Diddy, and here come this drunk.
And here come this nigga. Right. Come on. I'm looking like, man, will this nigga shut up? But let's go. We passed this part. Okay. My first question, right. Yeah, I'm ready.
You got a super waiver?
I got you.
All right, peace to y'all.
That part right there, turn up. All right, Cedric. What's the name of Columbus Diary?
Diario de Abordo.
Can you prove that that's authentic?
Yes, it is in the museum. It is in the Archivio de las Indias in India. It is in the Indias in Seville, Spain. There's a fragment and remnants of it, but it was transcribed prior to it being so
there's a fragment,
literal fragments of it. Not to mention the fact.
Okay, that's enough.
This is what we call primary.
Bro, that's enough. G said that's enough. Are there any inconsistencies in the Columbus Diary?
What inconsistency are you talking about? The fact that the diary
you don't ask questions.
Exists already established in the Americas. So there might be inconsistencies, but you would have to elaborate.
Hold on, Uncle Ted. Hold on, man. What are we doing? Let him clarify. Go ahead, Uncle JJ.
Yeah, man. Now, there are inconsistencies in the Columbus Diary, but you said they're not, so I'm gonna prove that wrong. What is the letter? What is the letter of the sovereigns?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Another sovereignty that is not real. So
Columbus didn't write
is
the
it breaking up
document
or is it me?
you're claiming.
Where can we find this document?
What are you
Where
claiming?
can we find this document?
You're making the claim about the document. I just said you don't know. But if you claim that Columbus write the document, you're providing us with yet more substantiation.
Where can we find the document? Hey, this ain't how you buy it. You tell them to be quiet during the time. You don't ask me questions, Cedric. Now, as you can see, what is the Toscanelli map? What's that, sir?
I don't know, JJ.
Okay, with this map, it's allegedly sent to Columbus by the Italian cartographer Poco Toscanelli, which supposedly showed him this route. See, so if you can't even prove none of this, I'm gonna keep it with questions. Can you prove Columbus' route to America?
Can I prove it? It's documented.
Okay, next question. All right, what is the Capitulations of Santa Fe?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, the Capitulation of Santa Fe is a document that outlines the agreement between Columbus and the Spanish monarchs. You're supposed to be. Listen, you're supposed to be providing evidence.
Right there.
It's not authentic.
This document with the evidence.
Uncle said, relax.
This document is not real. Pay attention to this. All right, keep going. Pay attention to this. I don't even. Yeah, that document is not authentic. That's why I wanted him to see if he knew anything about it, which he didn't. How you gonna try to make a case for Christopher Columbus? You know none of this stuff. That's the first thing you should have been studying. All right, let's keep it going. You know what he? Look at this. Okay. All right. Hold up. You want more Columbus questions? Okay. Is there any evidence that there is a Columbus map? Is it authentic?
I wouldn't know why there would need to be a Columbus map.
All right, thank you, sir. This guy. There's no conclusive evidence Columbus map, but we'll keep going. Why is Columbus? Look at him. In 3 different places. Buried in 4.
That would you assume. I would never think someone is buried in 3 different places.
Okay, you don't even know that.
I have no idea why you would claim that.
Okay, so now I'm claiming it. No. Okay, so now I got to educate the audience. The Cathedral of Seville has them in Spain. They got them over in Havana in Cuba, and they got them in San Domingo. Did they split his body up in 3?
Again, you're making a claim. Okay. I wouldn't make no suggestions. So I don't.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Did you prove that there was conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africans in this debate?
I think you did. Which is Columbus's diary, which you made reference to yourself. I indicated where it is. It was transcribed. We have evidence from people on the ship, the medical doctor, Albert, who was documented.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
And Columbus. These are first-hand accounts.
Hey, super wavy, bro.
Being an
bro, that's good enough. All right.
Which one of the documents?
Give me a location.
Which one of the documents?
Okay. Let's get that one. He said that authentic. Okay. All right. Did you in this debate prove that the Columbus haplogroup was here before 1492?
This question is indicative of your utter ignorance.
Okay, that's enough. If you're going to answer, are you going to answer? Yes or no?
I'm answering your question. So
okay, that was it. Okay.
There would be no way you do something that is. You ask me the question, allow me to answer.
Bro.
I thought somebody says.
And this dude right here, man, he's horrible. Daniel, how you think he doing so far in this part of the debate? You there, Daniel? And new? I don't think they can hear me. Right? I said, how you think he doing in this part of it? Yes, how you think he doing this part of the debate?
Oh no, right here. He like a fish out of water right now because he flopping the fuck around. You don't know the body of information, which you should if you trying to prove that Columbus did anything.
This was your chance. This was your chance.
I'm just saying, like if there was any chance, any time for you to like put it all on the line, it was right there. And, nigga, you don't know nothing about Christopher Columbus. I mean, you know some shit about some genetics. Whether if you comprehend that genetics properly, I don't know, but you sure had a lot of it in your presentation. But you didn't have shit in there about damn Columbus. Shit, I think one of the things I remember about Columbus is his name ain't even Columbus. It's like Cologne or something.
Yeah, Cologne. Crystal Cologne.
Yeah, it's like Cologne. It's not even Columbus.
Hey, they can't find that nigga neither. I looked it up. Like they say, hey, look, they got him buried in 4 different places, y'all.
Right. His name ain't even Columbus.
This nigga Osiris, goddamn it.
This nigga might be a terrorist, bro, because his name fraudulent and shit. Nigga, what he did was fraudulent. Came and discovered this motherfucker. Like, that shit's fraudulent. Like, what else is fraudulent?
But you know what? There was even the killer part. What they do? Even if you say that this diary is authentic, in there it says that he came across the indigenous people told him he came across they came across some Africans here. But then when you bring that up, no, that's not true. Come on, man. Yeah. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, they be
you can't have it both ways.
Hey, that's what I heard. That's one of the major weights that I had as far as your argument and what his rebuttal would be to that. And how would you refute or dismiss what people are saying with the narrative is the first I account for, what I'm saying? They're saying that these are black people, these are Africans. And then it's they were black. All the Indians were black. But if you look at any reports from the early Spain and Portugal, they never call them dark-skinned people. They never do. They call them brownish red, darker, like brown, darker tone, light skin, but they never call them black or darker people. They only call Africans darker people in that time period. So I was waiting because I've heard Cedric before. I think Cedric is a good orator.
That's it.
I think he's a great orator. I think he has a lot of knowledge. I think that, and it may be some Karima said, is you show him the slider and then gave him the curveball. I think that's what you did.
It's what I did. It's exactly what I did. It's exactly what I did. He got all prepared because if you go watch his opening, you're talking about stuff that I hadn't even brought up in this debate because you're first.
Yeah, there goes. Somebody just put it up there. Christopher. Krista Foro, nigga. His name Christopher Foro. You know what I'm saying? The nigga name ain't even Christopher, cuz it's Christopher Foro, nigga. Columbo. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, what else is fraudulent? Like we just parroting this dude's shit. I'm with JJ. Abu Bakari got a better fucking story than that. Hell, right. He came over here with 200 ships. Columbus came over here with what, 3?
You can't find them, motherfuckers.
Right. We can't find the 200 ships, and we can't find Columbus shit either.
Columbus 3 ships.
What's the difference?
So now what you do? You roll with the Eurocentric, story rather than the brother story. He ain't, he against that. I don't know. See, just the type of fella he is. He's against Afrocentric. So if you're Israelite, you're pseudo. If you're Pan-African, you're pseudo. If you're Kemetic, you're pseudo. Only thing right is being an atheist. They think science, technology, engineering, and mathematics taught by these people like the Darwins and the people like that, Margaret Sanger and all. I'm gonna call them indigenous, man. Shit. No, y'all keep going.
He's an atheist that practices scientism? Because that's what that is. When you think that methodology is the only and supreme way to view and understand the universe. That's what that is, scientism.
Right.
You mean scientific theories?
They ain't nothing but internet scientists, internet platform scientists. That's it.
Yeah.
No, they're interested in science, so they try to read it, and they try to manipulate what they read to convince the people that they're right about what they're talking about to push their agenda, ladies and gentlemen.
And the agenda ain't nothing but to chase for clout. The niggas want views. Like let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a bang. Like that's what the fuck the niggas want. The niggas want to be the next shock jock or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? And this shit ain't cute, man. And I really started debating to edify the people. Like I really did.
Right. Hey, no. We learned absolutely nothing about Christopher Columbus. You learn more about him from me. I brought out more information about him than this nigga did.
Everybody who watched the debate got fucking robbed by Cedric.
I blame
you. All got robbed. We didn't learn that motherfucking thing.
That goes to tell you. That goes to tell you.
Did he wear the little leprechaun boots with the buckles on? Like did the nigga have a Quaker hat on?
Nigga had a pilgrim hat on.
You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Daniel Haru. What you say?
Hey, but that just shows you.
Hold on. I'm gonna say I blame Q Butter for all this shit. Okay.
Why Q Butter? What did he do?
That stems that he got him on that stem.
Yeah.
They over there thinking that they professionals. Scientists.
Yeah, but I fucks with stems.
I fuck with Q Butter. I fuck with him.
I fucks with stems, but you know what I'm saying? I
definitely fuck with him. He know what he's talking about. We definitely know what he's talking about. Yeah. He the only brother that know what he's talking about, and all the rest of
you say the rest of them
don't know what the hell they talking about over there.
You saying stems is a person?
What?
STEM is science, technology,
engineering.
I
thought you.
Hey, Daniel,
I was saying, hey, that just really goes to show you, like in debates, it's not always about what you can prove in your facts. Sometimes you can win just based off of your oratorical skills. If you can lay little holes and fall people asleep, you can win. Listen, I've been watching. I done seen debates on SDVDL. I done seen debates on Sinetta. I done seen debates on the Lions Den. I done seen debates on other channels. And you could be like, this person is not right. This person is not right, but he talks well, and he can present his argument in a way.
We all recognize that I don't give a damn how. Yeah, I'm Cedric. I don't give a damn how he talk. It didn't help him in this debate.
But if you got
judges, the two judges didn't.
You got a judge. But that's
brother. The shit was just set up, man. We just call it
the nuances in this, right? Like this is conscious community debating, though, right? So. We supposed to have a higher level of standard when it comes to truth. Fuck your narrative. Your narrative don't mean a motherfucking thing when it comes to the truth. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know how half the community could be Hebrew Israelites, Kemetic. If y'all standing on my eye, I don't see how the fuck truth ain't everything. I don't see how you following the Most High and truth ain't everything. You claim to be a Christian, you claim to be a Buddhist, whatever. Truth is supposed to be every fucking thing. So why is your narrative more important than the truth? Like that's the crazy shit to me. Yeah. Why do you think your narrative deserves to overshadow the truth?
Because you got judges. And so when you debating, a lot of times you're not debating necessarily your opponent. You're presenting it to the judge. And if you can sound more convincing even if your information is wrong, or if your information may not be as strong, or whatever it is, if you can win over those judges, if you can appeal to either biases, or you can appeal to emotion to them, or their sense of logic, you can win a debate. And it's happened over and over and
Yeah,
over.
we get that, but yeah, Daniel, I get that.
Yeah.
Let's get back to this epic
A
fail.
well-organized lie, a well thought out, organized lie overpowers the truth sometimes.
Well, goddamn it, but nothing he said. He didn't bring the information out. He didn't put nothing together.
Nah, the nigga didn't teach us shit.
He got the homies.
Bruh.
Okay.
No, it wasn't even up to the homies. It was up to the three judges.
Man, it was up to the homies, the three judges.
Oh, well, the crew, the platform,
Hell
we
yeah.
couldn't get that. How they set the judges up, because those judges weren't even qualified to even be, I say Honey Clark, but the other two, what the hell? Come on, man. And then
She
one of
just
them,
how well he articulated his information, not off the information, but she just liked the way he just, made a little sense to the lies that he was telling.
Yeah. Like, cause she don't believe that shit whatsoever. But it's just like, yeah, but he stayed on topic though. You know what I'm saying? JJ stayed on topic. So
With his lies.
Yeah.
And
Whether
it
if it was true or not, that was irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Like whether that shit was true or not was actually irrelevant, nigga. He stayed on the topic, nigga. He could have bought up.
Oh no, I ain't had no lie.
No, hold on. Even though she said JJ went on a run. Okay, my question is a run about his topic. Was he staying on point going on? That's
the run I went on.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Yeah, man, he can go all day on this shit, but he was on point. He was on topic, man. Every time he kept bringing it back to the metallurgy, kept on bringing it back to the textile, kept on bringing it back to the pottery. And I'm like, man, this nigga giving Buddy the rope a dope because he ain't spoke on none of this shit. He ain't brought up that
documents because there's so many documents to support his stance. Even if he didn't talk about pottery, there's so much information out there in regards to Africans being there prior to Columbus. It was just out of pocket.
He talked about greens, corn, ham, and yeah.
Yeah, man. He was
look, check this out. I never said anything about yams in this debate.
Nah, not at all.
I told you. Y'all hear that, ladies and gentlemen? I never said anything about yams. I never said anything about shipbuilding. He said all this stuff in this debate.
When did you discuss something similar like that in the pre-discussion? In the pre-discussion, how did you talk about yams in this discussion?
He was supposed to hit you with the check hook, man. That nigga did some whole other shit, bro. He was supposed to be like, oh, that ain't African pottery. It's this type of pottery. This what they found. You know what I'm saying? Oh, them wasn't African spearheads. Them was, here they are right here. I got pictures of them. They really come from over here, from this culture.
I said, hey, did you see the list I hit them with?
Man.
Knives, daggers.
I was like, the JJ stacked the deck, bro. I'm like, that's why I said in the comments, like, that's a lot of shit to rebuttal, bro. That's a lot of shit to rebuttal.
He's galloping. I'm galloping right with this goddamn evidence on you, punk ass.
I know. I said, but when you galloping evidence, nigga, you gotta respond to that. You can't just let a nigga pile up that much. You gotta say something about it. You gotta throw a rock, something, nigga, bite a nigga, something, bro.
And then I'm hitting her with the questions about Christopher Columbus.
And then the question and answer round, bro.
Let's get to his question. That was so awful. It was like
I finished this part. Just 4 minutes.
Embarrassing nigga.
Hurry up and shut you down. He was trying to use every last second of his 10 minutes. He wants you to use 1 second.
Right. It was 10 minutes of him talking. It was 9 minutes of him talking and a minute of me answering. That's what happened. You see, I let him talk. But if he start ad homing, like, nah, bro, come on, chill. Let's go to the next question. Watch. Go ahead, Kareem. Please and thank you.
I'm saying,
Hey, judges, look how he's acting during the question and answer round. He's doing ad hoc. Now, how about, did Europeans have a concept of ocean depths before Africans? Yes or no?
What was the question again?
Did Europeans have a better concept of ocean depth before Africans?
Of ocean depth or depth?
Depths.
The question is irrelevant, even if the
all right, thank you. Did they? All right. So did they have thorough knowledge of ocean currents and patterns, Europeans, before
prior to them being able to get around the horn? No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that. Let's keep going. All right. Which haplogroup is older, the EM2 or the RB1? The African haplogroup in America or the European? Which one was here first?
The African haplogroup and the European haplogroup all are post 1501. That is coincide with the.
They came at the same time, y'all. Yes. Did you hear him? Hey, no, did you hear him?
Yeah, man.
They came at the same time. That's because a nigga brought them back. They already in it. They came at the same time. Yeah, because they showed them how to get here.
Yeah. So if a nigga drove, well, he probably was the first one off the ship. He won. God damn it, he was here first. Christopher wasn't even in the front ship.
Yeah, but how
about that?
How nigga know how to get there though? How nigga know how to pull up unless he been there before?
Right.
Make that shit make sense, man.
Man, bro, this was horrible. And then they fucked up. Hey, they fucked up when they let me go first in this question and answer. Okay. All right, let's go. Now I'm getting more momentum. Go. All right.
Yeah, he came and got a nigga and brought him back and said they out there like that, and they sent them with some mofos to collect some more. They was collecting them like they was treasure. Okay, it was something that they ain't never seen before.
That is how rapid fire rounds supposed to go, man. That shit's supposed to go fast and quick. Hey,
you see how I'm hitting them? I'm already scared.
No time to fucking Google, nigga. All they give is a minute, 2 minutes to answer a question. Nigga, fuck that, nigga. You supposed to know that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Let's go, Chris.
So what you talking about? What you
talking about? Willis' face? Nah, nigga.
You giving niggas time to Google and shit. Nah, fuck that, nigga. Answer these questions.
So, are you saying in front of the audience that the African haplogroup and the Christopher Columbus haplogroup came here at the same time? No, that's not what this is about. So, I'm asking you, which one came here first?
Do I need to repeat my answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first African presence in the Americas is noted at 1501, an individual named Juan Jorido. He was with the Spanish as part of their expedition. That is the first known African in the Americas.
Sir, I asked you which came here first? I'm representing the EM2. What happened? Here's my question. What haplogroup are you representing for Christopher Columbus? Which one for this debate?
I have no idea what that question is.
Oh, okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, which story is more valid? How about this? Which story is more valid? The Christopher Columbus voyage, or the story to tell that Mansa Musa told about Abercrombie II? Which one would be more valid to you?
The one that has the evidence, because there's no.
Okay, stop. All right, thank you. What evidence have you brought?
We have already.
What system, bro? What evidence have you brought? That Christopher Columbus came to?
Huh? You on his ass?
No diddy. Well, yeah, on his neck. My foot on his neck.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Come on. They shut up. Answer. I ain't trying to hear this nonsense. Let's go, Korea. Yeah, he trying to burn out the time. Where is the ships? Can you tell me where the ships are located?
There is no need for us to represent.
Yes or no? Can you tell me where the ships are?
Yes.
Where?
So a ship of that age.
No, where's okay, go ahead.
Primarily from would have decayed.
No, where's
Columbus,
Nina, Pinta, and the Santorina? Where they at?
Of course, these ships
no ship, no goddamn voyage.
These ships were destroyed in the voyage.
Tell me where they were destroyed at. Where? What location?
What location? In the ocean. In the ocean. That's where ships are destroyed.
Okay, so where? You can't tell me where?
In the ocean, I just did.
Where in the ocean? Where?
In the ocean, the Caribbean
Ocean. SpongeBob? Where in the ocean?
In the Caribbean Sea.
What? Where?
In the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, where? Okay, so in the Caribbean Sea, ladies and gentlemen, can you disprove that the anchors they found over in Americas, in Brazil, these anchors that belong to the Mali Empire, can you prove that they were not connected to the Mali Empire? What methodology would you use?
First, you would have to point me to a location where we can.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I got one more before.
We have a museum.
Location. You're right. Now, give us a location. Hold on. Now, give us a location of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Give us one. Where? Where
No. You expect wooden ships to be for 500 years? That's an indication.
What'd you say, Anu?
I said you was on that boy ass. Like that dude ain't cuz.
Hey,
like, that's
real, Captain Zera.
That's a real inquisition, bro. Like niggas, that minute, 2 minutes to give a nigga the answer, that's an inquisition, bro. That's how you get nigga, that's how you fucking do it, bro. You supposed to drill that nigga.
Right.
Supposed to know the information. He's supposed to know the information.
Supposed to know it. Nigga, what a thing in the Pinta, the Santa Maria, nigga.
I mean, at least have it in your right. Information. Maybe you don't know it right off hand, but it's in your information. You can click right to it. Like, okay, here it is, right here, brother. You know, it's part of my presentation. But you know what? We didn't learn shit about fucking Columbus. We didn't learn nothing about Columbus.
Not a damn thing. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. A whole goddamn hour, and we did an hour, and then 2 hours worth of information apiece, nigga. 3 20-minute rounds. Then we did a 10-minute round opening. Then we did another 10 minutes of back, for our question and answer, and then a 5-minute closing. That's an hour and goddamn 25 minutes apiece to talk, and you didn't give us nothing to build on. To make his question, well, damn, maybe he was right.
I ain't even got nothing to go look up or research coming from you.
Right. Come on.
I didn't even retain nothing.
He robbed the audience.
I didn't retain nothing the nigga said. Nigga, I know it was some African textiles, pottery, and motherfucking weapons over in this bitch, though.
Yeah. Hey, he got dog walked in that goddamn question and answer. I don't care what nobody said. Dog walked. All right, let's watch this guy.
Yeah, that shit brutal.
It was brutal. Because that's how we do. That's how we do in the Lions Den. Back chat. We got to do that shit. We've been doing that. Go ahead, Sister Career. You have, so can you tell us once again, did you prove that is it breaking up or is it me?
It a particular individual you
prior
to that exists.
All right, Uncle Sid, we're gonna start when you're ready.
Okay, JJ. I'm going to start with your last question. How would you expect to find European genetics before
It's breaking up.
Yeah, it's breaking up. Turn my camera on. Hold up. All right. Breaking up. Dates and times is called geochemical analysis, radiocarbon dating.
Stop.
Oh, y'all.
So I'm going to reiterate my question.
Reiterate, sir.
European genetics arrive in the Americas at the point that Europeans arrive. You are asking us to present Europeans prior to Europeans and prior to the European genetics being in the Americas.
Okay, let me rephrase it right. The narrative is did Europeans come to the America or Columbus come to the Americas?
So again, okay, thank you.
So
that means stop. It's my time to ask the question. We're not answering the question.
You don't want that.
So what I just illustrated is the ignorance in even asking that question, because you wouldn't be able to have European genetics prior to Columbus because it's pre and post Columbus. Now, JJ, can you point us indicate to us in which museum we can find artifacts like the anchor you're speaking about?
Yeah. Okay. If they do have in a museum, I didn't look that up as part of my debate.
Claim about which I indicated during my debate that these are fabricated sources.
Did you ask the question, sir, or you just keep talking?
Shush, it's my time, so I'm doing what I want for my time.
You got to ask questions.
JJ, don't interrupt him. It's his time.
So we've established that there's no credible evidence for that either. You made a claim about yams, about food. Now, we've totally dismantled that claim. How do you stand behind the claim of yams when we know by genetic evidence that which yams are indigenous to the Americas and when West African yams were brought to the Americas? We have scientific evidence for that fact. So how do you continuously make that claim?
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, I mentioned food, coins, textiles. I never, if you go back and retry, I never specifically in this debate said anything about yams. Once again,
it is opening. In his opening slides, in his opening slides, you can clearly see the food source he was referencing was yams. You realize that he has no evidence for the yams. Now he's running away from that claim, which was actually presented. Now, JJ, you're making claims of African clothing and material in the Americas, yet you present us with no evidence for how this transoceanic voyage could have been made. Present us with some actual evidence, archaeological evidence, and a source where we can find the means by which this transatlantic slave voyage was made.
Okay. We're going to do, okay, so can I share my screen, or are you just going to cut me up before I share my screen?
No, you don't need to share your screen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to answer the best I can. I see what he's doing. He don't want to hear me talk. So I can't even share my screen to answer his question, right? But through the Canary currents, there's possibilities of them following Jay Snake the Great, I see.
Check with which doesn't support your arguments. You made the claim and doubled down after I demonstrated wrong. He himself made it clear that his whole work was based on speculation. Why would you lie to the people still and tell them that his work has never been debunked or refuted?
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ. You gotta unmute your mic. Uncle JJ, we can't hear you. You gotta unmute your mic.
JJ, unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so now I can pull up my phone and show you Ivan Van Sertima, Renuka Rashidi have been challenged
Yes, stop. Okay, good. You're wasting the people's time. Stop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do not need you to insist on lying. Everybody saw clearly, right, that he has been refuted and debunked by peer-reviewed academic work and by multiple sources. It was clear on the screen for everyone to see. When you admitted you do not care what I say, so do not make that regurgent claim. That is completely dishonest. You're intellectually dishonest. Now, you present your...
Okay. Now, he brought up somebody named Dr. Ortiz in that when he said that he debunked Ivan Van Sertima. I looked this guy up. Hey, shout out to Jay Snake the Great. You know, Lions Insecurity. Go ahead and speak on it real quick while I pull this up.
What up, though? What up?
What's up with you?
Shit, I just got off the gig, man. Just tuning in.
Okay. Yeah, I'm finna pull this up for this guy. He lied to the whole bank. All his slides were just bullet points, and he trying to act like they were, you know, academic sources, which they were not.
I'm gonna keep it real. On somebody from the outside looking in, it seemed like the panel and the judges were completely biased.
Ah, there you go. You know, they was the panel. You know, the switching up of the host, and then at the after part when. You know, Cedric get to respond to something, and I didn't get to do it. Hold on, JJ. I want to let Juice talk. I want to let Unc West. They ain't gonna look. Yeah, ask a question, and both of us get to answer. That's how you do it.
And they kept cutting you off, but when they were cutting you off, they weren't saying nothing. But like if you were talking while they were talking, oh, hold up, JJ, hold up. You're not finished.
That's what Super Wavy did. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It was all a setup. That's why DMG got the hell up out of there before the real bullshit happened. With his goddamn lazy ass judges who pretended like they was taking notes. You can hear moving pages, but wasn't reading shit off of it. And now all of a sudden they tell, oh, she got notes. So now they're finna try to come up with these goddamn mystery notes. You know, in a debate, she supposed to be reading them live right there. Say, hey, man, come on, bro.
And what kind of host goes off on one of the debaters? You feel me? The host is supposed to sit back and, you know, soak up everything. You know what I'm saying?
Fact. Even if I said, well, one of the debaters fell off, that's all I said. I'm like, you're not gonna disrespect Paradigm Shift. Man, what the fuck, nigga? I said, nigga, I shared your shit. Yes, it goes somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. I look. I shared it. Every one of y'all got that alert. That's probably on this panel I sent to y'all. And the rest of the Washington. Yeah, and the rest of my friends list. Then I went on all my pages. My pages got 20,000, 30,000 people in them. At everyone. Then I went through the goddamn back chat groups was sharing the shit, nigga. The fuck? This how you treat me? Nigga, you got some nigga. You say you modeled yourself after the Lions Den. You said that in your poem, bro. You told me that. We don't act like that, man. It's you get fair treatment. The debaters get fair treatment. That's how we ask from you. You ain't got to go no slander campaign or nothing. We just saying you know better, you do better.
Right.
That's it. We keep it moving. All right, let's continue with Cedric's bullshit. Then we got to show the first round. If not, you know, then we break it down. These are long rounds, so then we can go. Huh? Okay. Yeah. So let's get past this, and then we'll go to the first round, so y'all can see that he didn't bring shit.
To work in such a ridiculous fashion by presenting these sources, Bartoli, as if his work has been confirmed. Do you can you provide us with a peer review source for his work?
Yes, I can provide that. But
not the sources.
How do you ask me to provide it and you cut me off?
Stop, because I know you're lying. We just need you on record. We just needed you on record having committed. a lie, because what you presented was the claims he made, and in your own presentation it stated clearly that his methodology is flawed and his work is not peer reviewed. In my opening, I addressed
don't say that, y'all. He's just ranting. He's just ranting.
Why would you insist on still bringing a claim that is unsupported by peer review work? Why would you be disingenuous in this debate? That's my question to you.
Okay.
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ.
I got this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as you can see, for me to be disingenuous in this debate, that means I would have to be off topic. I addressed my situation as far as proving African DNA has been over. He has not proved anything about Christopher Columbus. All those questions I asked about Christopher Columbus, you should have been knowing these.
Okay, stop. Okay, thank you very much.
The lack of intelligence. Yeah, stop. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you know what?
You see? Well, put the mirror in his goddamn face. Let's keep going, Kareem. Please.
Okay.
Yeah, put the mirror in his face. You know, oh, stop. That's okay. I didn't want the people to hear that. Yeah.
No.
Let's go.
Genetic noises. Can you explain to the audience what genetic noise is?
No, I don't know that right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so you make claims of EM2 genetics in the Americas, and you actually put the percentages up there, which are between 0 to 2%. Do you understand what genetic noise is, and how shared genetic ancestry can contribute to those minimal numbers in a genetic profile? The misuse of that data proves your disingenuousness when you did not even know what genetic noise means. So go ahead, answer the question.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers that I put up were markers and indicators.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Of genetic information.
As soon as you say something like you make it cut you off, like, no, stop. Okay.
All right. I'm doing my part of what I'm supposed to do. All right, he didn't.
I do not need you to speak any further. Again, you even don't know what you're presenting to the people. This is the disingenuousness I'm talking about, because you present numbers and you do not even know what genetic noise represent. And now that you've been caught out there naked, you're laughing, hey. But again, this is a testament to your disingenuousness, right? Now, my final question to you, why would you sit up here and lie to the people presenting sources that are not vetted, don't exist, or either incredibly false? Why would you insist on presenting
you know how he keep calling me a liar?
Hey, you know that? My first round,
you notice how he keep calling me a liar when he lead off with his questions?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Stop it.
You are the source, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I got up this morning and he started with that, and I was trying to get the information because I was watching the debate. So I was trying to get the information on what you lied about, like which area you lied about,
right?
And what information, like, and what sources were fake. This was like at 7 this morning. And
he's
then
a professional complainer.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the information though. So, you know, he's gaslighting the whole time. So I'm trying to get the information, and I'm like, look, this reverse psychology that you're doing,
it ain't working.
On me.
It ain't working. That shit lame as hell.
Get it together. Like, get it together.
Yeah, get it together, man, before you get in the ring with me, man.
How this man lied and what he lied about, what area he lied about, and what source was this genuine or fake. I tried to get that out of him this morning, and he just kept on saying, you're a liar. He just don't get information. And I'm like, well, you know, I'm a person here.
Like he's an authority or something. That's it. Man, come on.
But I'm just asking him because you just, you know, saying that somebody is a liar when they're teaching thousands of people, because there's numbers of people that are watching even right now. you're not just on your platform, you're on other people's platforms as
I
well.
already know.
So in
And
regards to that,
they're trying to paint a narrative like this dude really won. Just stop.
no, he's just doing it's almost like a child in school that doesn't understand. They just start acting out and they get you off of the topic because you're so focused on them acting out.
There you go. And shit ain't working, nigga. Let's continue, Curry. Then we're gonna get to this first round. So AJ Snake the Great, did you see the whole debate? You catching bits and pieces.
I caught bits and pieces because I was at the gig.
Right. Yeah, this nigga didn't bring nothing out. But like you say, you felt the vibe of the biased panel.
I think I caught the whole first round and like part of the second round, and then when he flipped out on you, I missed all that shit.
Well, I don't understand why he wouldn't let you build. He was afraid to let you actually cook. Let him cook.
Right. Because he couldn't control the other parts of the debate to make me be quiet. And this is the only part where they said, well, if you satisfied with the question, you could say, all right, that's enough. That's how it went.
I peeped when like Juju and them was going in on you. So I didn't like that part because me and Juju cool and shit, but I didn't like how she was going at you and shit. I thought that was unprofessional.
Well, she won't go at me in a live debate in the ring, and especially somewhere that's neutral. So that's her chance to pop off because we got to remember, Juju is their ghostwriter. You know that?
Oh, she's like the Nepal of the.
Yeah, she their ghostwriter. She ghostwritten this shit. That's why she took it so personal.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, your ghostwriter was trash, and I know it was yours because you said something about the yams in the preliminaries and we were talking. That's all her work, man.
Beans, potatoes.
Yeah, set you up. Yep, that's her. Yeah, like that's how that was. That's why she took it so personal. And nobody really too much care for her, but the people over there over a pseudo killer because she's just nasty. She when they even bring the white boys over there, she been there, shining their shoes. But discredit brothers. Yeah. That's how she gets down, man. Yeah. We know everything. You are not educated and that type of persona. And that rub a lot of people the wrong way.
But you know that whole crew they hold white academia at a higher esteem than
that's what I'm saying. He said, I'm here to turn out Afrocentrics like you, JJ. And I'm like, this is the real history, bro. This ain't got nothing to do with no Afrocentric. It's about presenting the truth, not just his story over there. That's because you Eurocentric. We apes, Darwinism, Margaret Sanger, all them type of people. They promote that.
Yeah, but they sit there and try to blame you for the same shit. I peeped that.
Yeah, man. But like I say, in this debate, nobody learned nothing from you about Christopher Columbus. Nothing. That's the most important part, edifying the body, where people can walk away with. I didn't know that. Damn, Cedric said, man, oh, wow. Like, nobody, like, damn, I didn't know this nigga was so-called buried in 4 places. See? Somebody said, man, I didn't know that, man. Ain't nobody coming to you saying, Cedric, I didn't know that. Let's keep going, Kareem. Please and thank you.
Prove that the work by Dr. Clyde Winters is not accepted widely because the same genes does not prove said haplogroups, and we know that environmental pressures can produce the same genetic outcome.
Ask the question.
Why would you lie to the people and tell them that that was not already disproven? Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when you say I lied, that's speculative. You haven't proved anything in this debate. You already said it. You can't even believe him. He said this is his last question, so now I get to run out this 30 seconds. As y'all see, ladies and gentlemen, in this question and answer round, who reigns supreme? Who's superior? Who addressed good questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I told you. You said you
Thank you.
Bro,
Stop.
right.
Be quiet. So you notice that he couldn't even answer this simple question honestly. In my opening round, I addressed you can't use the word from Dr. Clyde Winters. He tries to sneak it in at the end of the day.
And then you know what? The crazy part? Bam. I never even brought up Dr. Clyde Winters' work on sickle cell. You did, you idiot. I brought up Bordertinlio. However you pronounce that damn Italian guy name. And I said, this is my source right here. When you gonna bring something? That's what I did in this debate. How you gonna try to tell me? And then when you said you debunked Dr. Clyde Winters' work on sickle cell, being here in pre-Columbian times, you never showed no methodology, how they did it. You know, none of that. Because we got rebuttals for that. You know, you got to show all. Well, what about his rebuttals to what he said, nigga? That's what I do. I go check out the rebuttals. And when they're kind of arguments. You ain't doing that. You show on one side. You ain't even showed nothing. Let's continue to the first round, Kareem, and show this goddamn ass whooping I put on this goddamn check.
No, he didn't show nothing. He think just his word is credible. Oh, they already debunked that. They already debunked that. They debunked that. Where's the information at?
Yeah, we did it over on pseudo killers. Nigga, this ain't pseudo killers. This is a goddamn debate. Nigga, well, bring the information y'all debunking. Do that. Let's do the first round, man. Let's start. I think he go first. Yeah, he go first. This bozo go first. First round. Now the opening round was horrible, but we're gonna go to his first round.
For this man called Columbus, Cedric says that's cap. We're gonna see who's right and who's wrong. We got three judges on the panel that's gonna judge this.
I'm gonna 10-minute opening. We knew, yeah, go to the first round. You didn't see the opening when we evaluated that yesterday? Go to the round that you see online from yesterday.
And Cedric, it is on you. Time will start when you're ready, my brother.
As soon as you let me know my screen is sharing, we can go.
All right. And before I do that,
first round, y'all. Let's see if you prove his case by Christopher Columbus.
And if you can, do that for me so that way when I go out, you'll be in control.
I got you.
All right, Cedric, your screen is sharing, my brother.
Okay. It is absolutely laughable.
Yeah, that
JJ 7000 claimed we cannot prove Columbus was in the Americas. This demonstrates an embarrassing ignorance of primary source methodology, historical documentation, and basic research skills. The sheer volume of direct primary evidence for Columbus's voyages is overwhelming and undisputable, unless, of course, you subscribe to a level of historical illiteracy that rejects all documented history. Primary source documentation. We have first-hand accounts, including Columbus' own journals, Diario de Abordo, Journal of the First Voyage, written between 1492 and 1493. Bartolomeo de las Casas later transcribed it, but fragments of Columbus' original writing survive. The documents are housed in Spain's Archivo General de Indias in Sevilla, along with letters written by Columbus himself to the Spanish crown. These are direct, unfiltered records from the man himself, unless JJ 7000 wants to argue that Columbus somehow fabricated his voyages while securing funding from the Spanish monarchy. Independent collaboration. Other crew members also documented the voyages, such as Diego Alvarez Chancha, who wrote medical reports on the expedition. We also have official Spanish Crown documents acknowledging Columbus's discoveries, rewards, and governance. These are not just vague mentions, but extensive, detailed records spanning multiple sources. What the hell? Physical evidence. Columbus established settlements, including La Navidad on Hispaniola in 1942. Archaeological findings confirm European presence in the Americas at this precisely at precisely this time. The Spanish even returned in subsequent voyages to find these settlements abandoned or in conflict. This isn't speculation. It's confirmed by material evidence and written records. What is JJ claim is not just ignorant, it's outright ridiculous. It reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of how historical verification works. If he wants to dispute Columbus' presence, he needs to explain why multiple independent sources, government records, eyewitness accounts, and physical findings all align. Or maybe, just maybe, he should crack open an actual historical archive instead of whatever his pseudo-historical nonsense he's basing his argument on. Columbus' presence in the Americas is not up for debate. It is one of the most extensively documented historical events in the human history. To deny it, reject the very foundation of historical scholarship. The first confirmed African presence in the Americas dates to the early 16th century, primarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade initiated by European powers. The initial Africans in the Americas were enslaved individuals brought by European colonizers. Notably,
where's this nigga source? Where's the source? Come on, man. Do y'all see any sources? As he goes through his things, his slides, you're not gonna see any real sources. And like when we can go, who said this? You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna see this. Even if you got Wikipedia, go to the person who tell us whose research this is. Let's keep going.
Yeah, he making it seem like them names and all that. No, this is still you talking. This is you talking and regurgitating what's already face value on the internet. Where is your sources? Where is your, where's books?
So watch this, y'all. Kareem, watch this. So okay? So now you're saying that this diary is authentic, right? So I say that is not. But if we're gonna go with the narrative that is authentic, it says his diary of Columbus writes that the Taino people of Hispaniola, present-day Haiti and Dominican Republic, told him about the presence of black-skinned people in the region. Specifically, Columbus notes that the Taino people mentioned that there were people with faces like those of the Ethiopians, nigga. Now what? Who had visited the islands. While Columbus' diary entry is often cited as evidence of African presence in America before Columbus' arrival, it is essentially considered that the context and potential biases of the Columbus account. So now it's biasness when they mention the Africans. Y'all notice that? You see? So, but it is biasness. It is bias. So I'm talking about on pseudo killer's part, because now they're trying to say this is authentic. So in here, I said, well, they mentioned that. This is all before the pre-debate. And you're saying it's authentic. So now, how are you going to say that this part is a lie? So some historian scholars have questioned the accuracy and reliability of Columbus' diary, suggesting that he may have misrepresented or exaggerated information he received from the Taino people. So now on that part, now he did. See, y'all notice how they do that? Now on this part, he may have over-exaggerated what the Taino people said. Now, them niggas wasn't black. That's what they're saying subconsciously, because they're trying to continue to hide the truth. But like I say, Cedric, you're up here vouching for this diary. Why is this part a lie in the diary and not everything else? That's the question you need to answer. Right? What y'all think about that?
Just like Daniel Roos said, they wouldn't even identify him as such. But they did describe their tones and things like that. So Christopher. Yeah, that was the body bag.
Who's Christopher? His name ain't even Christopher.
Carlos.
Right.
I don't know what the fuck.
It said, here are some scholars who agree with this and supported Ivan Van Sertima's theories about African presence in ancient America. Dr. John G. Jackson, he's an anthropologist and historian, supported Van Sertima's work on African presence in ancient America. Dr. Alexander von Voutema, archaeologist, proposed similar theories about African influence in ancient American cultures. Dr. Leo Weiner, I mentioned him earlier, suggests African origins for some Native American populations. Historians, Dr. Chancellor Williams, these are when you bring up the black ones, they want to try to discredit them. Supported Van Sertima's work on African presence in ancient America. Dr. John Henry Clark, historian, advocated for a broader understanding of African history and culture, including African presence in ancient America. Other scholars, Dr. Renuka Rashidi, anthropologists, all these people are qualified, and these guys over here try to act like they ain't got no credentials, but they accept everybody else. Has written extensively on African presence in America and supports Van Sertima's work. These are some of the pioneers. Dr. Clyde Winters, anthropologist, has proposed similar theories about African influence in ancient American cultures. What else I got to read? Then we can get back to it. Ivan Van Sertima has continued to defend his work in response to the criticism. Here are some of his rebuttals. Where that? Here it is. It says African presence in ancient America. Van Sertima says the evidence for African presence in ancient America, including physical characteristics of the skeletons, cultural similarities, and historical records. Challenge of Eurocentric narratives. He argues that his work challenged dominant Eurocentric narratives that Cedric is pushing about the peopling of America and the origins of Americans' cultures. A call for multidisciplinary research. This is what Van Sertima advocates for: multidisciplinary research approaches incorporating archaeology, anthropology, history, and other fields to better understand the complexities and cultural exchange and African presence in the Americas. But hold on, let me read you something else. Hold up. Here goes some more rebuttals. He said they said that he misrepresentation of his work. Van Sertima has argued that his critics often misrepresent his work, taking quotes out of context like Cedric, or attributing views to him that he does not hold, like Cedric did in this debate, when you're bringing up stuff that I haven't even spoke on in this debate. Lack of expertise, what they say about Ivan. This is what he says back. He says, has argued that many of his critics are influenced by Eurocentric biases, which lead them to dismiss and downplay the contributions of African people to ancient American cultures. How about y'all, as they say, ignoring African sources? He says, pointed out that his critics often ignore or dismiss African sources such as oral tradition and written records which provide evidence of African presence in the ancient Americas. Focusing on semantics, Van Sertima has argued that his critics often focus on semantic quibbles, such as debating the meaning of terms like Negroid or African rather than engaging with substance of his arguments. Lack of engagement with his evidence. He has pointed out that his critics often fail to engage with the evidence he presents, such as the physical characteristics of Olmec sculptures, the similarities between African Olmec cultures, and the presence of African plants and animals in ancient America. Let's keep going. You ain't learned nothing from Cedric.
The Spanish and Portuguese. One prominent figure was Juan Querido, an African conquistador who participated in the Spanish expedition and is recognized as the first documented African to arrive in North America. You can wiki that. These Africans were forcibly transported to serve as laborers in various colonies, replacing the indigenous population that had been decimated by disease and harsh working conditions. Yet more evidence how we know when first in old world contact disease. These roles encompass labor in the plantations, mines, and domestic servants. The transatlantic slave trade commenced in the early 1500s. By 2008, data had been gathered on nearly 35,000 transatlantic slave voyages from 1501 to 1867. estimating that slaving vessels embarked about 12.5 million captives in Africa and landed approximately 10.7 in the New World. That's you just can wiki that. The transatlantic slave trade involved European traders capturing or purchasing Africans who were then transported across the Atlantic under brutal conditions, a journey known as the Middle Passage. Upon arrival, they were sold into slavery across various colonies in the Americas. This is high school education. You want key sources? David Iltus and David Richardson, 2010, Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. It documents ship records and arrival and African arrival in the Americas.
The Atlas of the goddamn transatlantic slave trade has nothing to do with this debate. The transatlantic slave trade happened in the 1600s.
I didn't say that.
Dumbass nigga. Wait, what are we doing? Did anybody else catch that? In the audience, did anybody else catch that, bro? Brothers and sisters? David Ellis, Records Richardson, 2000 Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. What do they got to do when we talking about 1492? So this is what I'm talking about.
I'm the only one that actually caught it. That's the reason why I had AI debunk all his fucking sources. You forgot?
Yeah.
And gave him a
any of these sources have anything to do with the debate?
Nothing. The AI said none of them. I showed him every last. I screenshot every last.
He showed him.
Did it deal with it, and then he scored them as a loss. AI.
Damn. David Eltlis and David Richardson, Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. All right, let's keep going. We'll see what this next one is. Many thousands gone in the first 2 centuries in slavery. We're not talking about that. Look, y'all. The Atlantic slave trade since its estimated numbers of enslaved Africans transported by the Americans. But we know all about that information, sir. You must have prepared for a different debate. And got your days mixed up.
He did.
What the hell going on here? You gotta
run it slow. You gotta run it slow to those that just
you gotta slow it down.
They're like, oh yeah, he just, yeah, you and this, that. No, run his information back, and y'all
check in, nigga. Nigga, check in, nigga. What the hell is this? Slow it down. You got some explaining to do. We ain't trying to hear nothing about no translate. That happened in the 1600s. Let's keep going, man. I told you, y'all.
Many thousand gone. The first 2 centuries of slavery in North America provides details on early African populations in the Americas. Philip D. Curtins in 1969, The Atlantic Slave Trade, a census, estimates the number of enslaved Africans transported to the Americas. Genetic evidence. Genetic studies show African ancestry in the Americas appear only after the 1500s, coinciding with the documented history of the transatlantic slave trade. The lack of African genetic markers in pre-Columbian indigenous remains confirmed that Africans were not present before Columbus. Who did the study? Reich and colleagues in 2012, Reconstructing Native American Population History. It's published in Nature. You see how you source up? Show indigenous American ancestry traces back to East Asia with no African influence before the slave trade. Montano and Represto in 2021 and colleagues in 2021, tracing the genetic history of the Caribbean. PLOS and genetics finds African ancestry in the Caribbean originates from the transatlantic slave trade, not pre-Columbian contact. You want your sources. Consensus, JJ, you know what that is? The first confirmed African presence in the Americas dates to 1502, when Spanish colonists brought enslaved Africans to Hispaniola. This marks the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, which continued for centuries and shaped the demographics of the Americas. No credible archaeological, genetic, or historical evidence supports the pre-Columbian African contact. The fact that JJ7000 believes his hypothesis is on equal footing with the scientific consensus reveals several key issues. Misunderstanding of epistemic weight. Scientific consensus is built on rigorous peer-reviewed research, multiple independent lines of evidence, and expert analysis. A personal hypothesis, I link things up, especially one lacking empirical support, is not equated to this body of knowledge. False balance fallacy. JJ7000 assumes that all opinions are equally valid, regardless of the quantity or quality of the supporting evidence. This is a common tactic in pseudoscience, where unsupported claims are framed as being just as legitimate as well-established scientific findings. Dunning-Kruger effect on steroids. His confidence in an unverified hypothesis suggests he may be overestimating his knowledge while underestimating the depth of the scientific research on the topic. Rejection of peer review. If his hypothesis were valid, it would need to be tested, scrutinized, and replicated in the scientific community. Since he has not
passed this process, stop. Everything he's reading, there's no source to either go with what he's talking about, and these are just talking points. Dunning-Kruger effect, rejection of peer review, JJ, the false balance of fallacy, misunderstanding the epistemic weight.
This is AI. This is AI.
If you don't get your ass up out of here,
this is AI.
Right.
This is AI.
And then he added a little graphic to it. Come on, bro. JJ stands demonstrates fundamental misunderstanding of how knowledge is established.
That's AI saying this. Yeah, AI a question. AI just said this and put your name. This is no source. This nothing.
Yeah, he had him add my name.
This is running and rambling. Why should it just this?
Stop there, y'all. Then he brought up some sources that ain't got nothing to do with the time frame. Come on, man. What kind of judges you got over there in Paradigm Show? Yeah, I heard you. I heard you went on a rant today about me. So, I'm gonna say what I gotta say. Hey, you need to do better with your organization as far as, be non-biased, bro. It should. Hey, I felt like Young Dolph, the cookie shop setup. You hear me? Let's keep going, Kareem. Now we exposing how the hell this nigga win with this bullshit here. Stop. 2-1. Come on, man. Hey, baby, be careful in there. All right, go ahead, Kareem. Please and thank you.
There's no weight compared to the consensus-backed research. JJ7000 stance demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of how knowledge is established. The scientific consensus is not just another opinion. It is a result of a self-correcting, evidence-based process. Equating a personal hypothesis to decades of rigorous research without credible evidence is intellectually dishonest. The first major flaw in 7000's argument lies in the sources he presents.
All right, now stop.
Books and journals seemingly to support his claim. However, when we attempt to verify these sources,
hold up, y'all. Now look what he's doing. I haven't even went yet, and all right, he already made claims of me saying stuff in the opening. Now the first right now he said I got fabricated sources, which he hasn't even seen in this debate. All right, let's keep going.
We find that many either do not exist or cannot be accessed through any reputable academic or scholarly platform. This is a classic example of intellectual dishonesty, an attempt to bolster a weak argument by fabricating credible references. In any scholarly debate or credible debate, sources must be verifiable and reputable. If anyone presents sources that cannot be confirmed or traced back to a legitimate publication, it casts doubt on the entire argument.
basically, when you go first, you're supposed to present your argument on your case. You don't supposed to present a rebuttal unless your opponent went first. And
Right.
let your opponent win first, then you start rebutting his information, starting off what he presented. He didn't present anything because he didn't go first. So you cannot start off with this type of information. You're supposed to start off how Christopher Columbus got here.
Told this dummy. You was in trouble. You gotta go first.
This is your opportunity to start first and present your argument. And then when your opponent goes, then you debunk whatever he just mentioned in his argument. Okay? But you have all that already written down and planned. So you started kind of backwards.
I'm gonna meet him at the pass, is what he thought.
It is essential that we hold our.
And then no sources to back up nothing he talking about, y'all. Let's go. These are just his little ideas.
No, this is AI. This is what he did earlier. This is AI basically speaking for him. JJ this, and JJ this, JJ. You know, this is information he got from AI. You see it. You know how AI
I'm a
do.
lesson in AI. He misleading AI to you said like I said, he said, like damn it, he said, were the indigenous Native Americans Asians or European? And not European.
That's
that ain't the part of this debate. We kind of doing that.
And that's why AI is giving him this information because he misleading. He's not giving them the topic. He's not giving them the argument that you're presenting. He just basically asking him a question and then putting you in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't ask AI the information on the topic because I went in and did it just to see what AI would say in regards to the topic. And the response that AI gave wouldn't have been beneficial to him. So he did not put the information, the actual title in AI and ask AI that because
no, he didn't. He asked another question that's irrelevant.
Yes, he did.
And then he pasted the topic on. He pasted the heading of the topic, but his information of his resource and his source had nothing to do with the topic. He asked a totally different question.
Yeah, and watch this.
Here it says that if you refer to Christopher Columbus, he arrived in America in 1492. However, African presence in America before Columbus is the debated topic. Some theories suggest that West African sailors, particularly from the Mao Empire, may have reached America before Columbus. One such theory is based on accounts of Mansa Abu Bakr II, and Milan ruler who allegedly set out on vast expeditions across the Atlantic in the early 14th century. Additionally, some researchers point to the similarities in cultural artifacts, linguistic connections, and historical records that suggest African contact with the Americas before European arrival. While mainstream historians generally hold that Columbus was the first recorded non-indigenous explorer to reach the Americas, alternative historical perspectives argue that Africans and possibly other seafaring people have arrived earlier. Indigenous people, of course, have already been in the Americas for thousands of years before Christopher Columbus or any Africans arrived.
Right. They disregard real truth. But hold on, let me say this real quick about this diary that he said he talking about the one he talking about he got fragments of it. I mean, they got so many of these damn diaries. Which one, Cedric? It says there are several contradictions and inconsistencies within the different versions of Christopher Columbus diary. Now we got several of them, y'all. All well as between the diary and other historical records has been some examples. Dates and timeline. Different versions of the diary have varying dates timelines and for different dates for the same events. You see that, y'all? Geographic descriptions. Columbus description of the islands and landscapes he encountered are sometimes inconsistent or contradictory. This shit's made up. Encounters with indigenous people. The diary accounts of Columbus' interaction with the Taino and other indigenous people contain discrepancies and contradictions. Contradictions with other historical records. Columbus route. The diary description of the Columbus route to the Americas has been disputed by some historians who argue that they may have been taking a different route. The treatment of the indigenous people, that's in there too. Some of the diary portrays his interaction with the Taino as peaceful and friendly. But other historical records, such as the accounts of Bartolome de las Casas, describes widespread violence and exploitation. The discovery of gold. Columbus' diary emphasizes on the abundance of gold in the Americas, but other historical records suggest that the gold deposits were not extensive as Columbus claimed. Contradictions with archaeological evidence. The presence of African peoples. Columbus' diary mentions the presence of African people in America. But then they go to say, but then they say archaeological evidence has not confirmed this claim. So it's like if you vouching for this diary and you saying it's real, then you cannot deny the fact that it just said that there's an African presence. That these people told you that there was some dark-skinned people here that look like Ethiopians. You know? So let you know that wasn't his first time seeing a black. He described them as Ethiopians, y'all. So do we go on Cedric's theory that this diary was real? So if we do, then we have to go with what they saw, what he said in that diary. So unless you have to prove, well, that's a fraud. And then this piece of the diary is real. You can't do that, bro. Yeah, Muslim Moors already had some islands in the Atlantic, the Barbary Coast before the requisition. Yeah. All right, let's keep going, man. This dude, man, he didn't bring nothing to the table. It was his pork chop eating lip. That's all he brought.
To rigorous standard of evidence. A credible source should be easily accessible in academic databases, published by reputable publishers and subject to peer review. If those criteria aren't met, then the claims relying on these sources cannot be trusted. And I challenge you, JJ, to produce the sources, to provide proof of their legitimacy, or to direct us where we can access them. Until then, these claims stand as nothing more than
10 minutes, said 10 minutes.
Trying to deceive. This tactic is not uncommon in pseudoscientific or fringe theories, mind you. When the actual evidence fails to support their positions, those promoting these ideas often resort to this kind of misleading behavior. Without the backing of credible sources, these claims hold no weight. Let's take a deeper look into the specific sources that have been cited. I personally searched for many of these titles provided by JJ, and time again, they lead to nowhere. He
just said it out his own mouth.
I was reading something. What did you say, Kareem?
I ain't been time and time going over your sources. This is why I said he's pre-recorded, already scripted as far as his presentation, because he's actually fighting against an argument that you discussed with him.
And you ain't even pushed the sources out there yet.
That's what I told him, man. When he didn't want to go first, so we flipped the coin, and he had to go first. So now I'm like, now you got to go first. I told him, when you go first, you got to present your case, bro. I mean, I do as well, but now you just ain't gonna just be up here trying to rebuttal somebody. All he want to do is try to rebuttal somebody. That's not how you debate, bro. Just rebuttals. Let me see, what's this? The crew of Columbus spoke of blacks who arrived before them. Look at this. Now, Apollo Bay just sent me this. This is from Apollo Bay. I guess it says the massacre of slavery in the alternative fortune of these peoples. Lopez de Gormor in his 1554 Historia de Mexico also wrote, these were the first Negroes who had been in the Indies. The crew of Columbus spoke of blacks who arrived before them. The hell's going on with you, Cedric? You vouching for this goddamn diary? Did you fall asleep on this part when you read it, nigga? You didn't read it. Corinne, let me send you this. Hold on, man. Look. It said before them. So it was like, he brought them over. These niggas was already here. This is what it say. Look.
Post it in your inbox and I could pull it up.
Okay, bet. Yeah. All right, all right, hold on. I'm gonna send it to you. Let's see. Yeah, man. So if you vouching for this, how do you say this part ain't true? Come on, y'all. Somebody make that make sense. Wait a minute. No, that ain't it. Hold up. I'm tripping. Hold up. That was wrong. Oh, here it is. I sent it to your inbox, girl. Pull it up. Now, Apollo Bay pulled that up. I mean, brother, you lose, bro. You, like I said, I asked you about this diary in the debate. Where it at? Where can we find it? You know, you vouching for it, but then even in the preliminaries, I said, well, damn. In this, before I found out there's a lot of fake ones, but even if these are, so now they lying about the blacks, y'all. That's what he gonna say. This part of the diary is lying, but the rest of it is real. All right, yeah, Krim, did you get it? Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, man. This as we go through this is a poor performance by this fella. All right, but can you blow it up, Krim? Damn, that's as big as it get. Okay, I'm about to.
Can somebody read it?
Maybe I could blow. Yeah, I can read what I have over here, but I could. It says, let me see, massacre of slavery in the. Let me pull the screen up. See if I can read from the screen. Massacre of slavery in the. Is it alter? No, I got to read it from my phone. This is what it say. We're gonna get it blowed up next time so y'all can see it says, because y'all know I just ain't making this up. Massacre of slavery is the alternative fortune of these people. Lopez de Gormor in his 1554 Historica of Mexico also wrote, these were the first Negroes that had been seen in the Indies. The crew of Columbus spoke of blacks who arrived before them. Columbus wrote of piggeries, flat-bottomed boats with two masts leaving from the coast of Guinea, laden with, look, well, you lucky I ain't had this last night, heading west. You see that, y'all? During his third voyage to the Americas, Columbus reported of in his journal, that he was checking the veracity of what the Indians of Hispaniola, Haiti said, and they had javelins with tips made of metal they called gunyon. See? For Judgenics. Come on, bro, man. This is we're gonna blow this up though. But yeah, this is in the diary, bro. So now if you confirm in this diary, where do you go from here? Cedric, where do you go from here? All right, Sister Criminal. Let's get back to the 20 minutes we had to waste listening to him, and then we can get my first round. Then we'll wrap it up, and then we'll do a second and third round. Some other days or whatever. Because this is a long debate. Last time I did a debate like that long, criminal with Jeremiah, please hit a Yah. We had 3 20-minute rounds. We had no damn 10-minute opening, and then we didn't. And then I think we only did 5 questions a piece or something like that. But I like the rapid fire. Put that nigga on the spot. A hot seat, whatever you want to call it. Make sure y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to TN being in the building. I see you.
Of their legitimacy, or to direct us where we can access them. Until then, these claims stand as nothing more than
10 minutes, said 10 minutes.
Trying to deceive. This tactic is not uncommon in pseudoscientific or fringe theories, mind you. When the actual evidence fails to support their positions, those promoting these ideas often resort to this kind of misleading behavior. Without the backing of credible sources, these claims hold no weight. Let's take a deeper look into the specific sources that have been cited. I personally searched for many of these titles provided by JJ, and time again, they lead to nowhere. These references either do not exist, are incorrectly cited, or do not support the claim they are supposed to substantiate. This is intellectual dishonesty at its worst. It is a deliberate attempt to create the illusion of legitimate scholarship while distracting the audience from the fact that there is no real evidence backing these claims. In any genuine academic setting, these references should be traceable. If a researcher claims that a paper, article, or book exists, it should be possible to locate it through academic databases like JSTOR, Google.
What's a word salad, y'all? That's it.
Library. If these sources cannot be found, they should be considered fraudulent. The use of these fictitious references not only undermine the credibility of JJ's argument, but also mislead those who are not equipped to check the validity of these claims. Real academic sources are published in peer-reviewed journals, books of reputable academic publishers, or included in verifiable sources.
I mean, come on, bro. What are we doing here?
They should be dismissed immediately as part of a pseudo-academic narrative designed to create the illusion of legitimacy. Many of the journals and years referenced, for example, Science, American Journal, and these are the sources I took off JJ's Facebook page, Journal of Human Genetics, Nature.
Yeah, I mean, come on, bro.
Again, off of your Facebook page. You're not talking about. Are we just arguing with points that you made before? I think he's going to go there. That's a dumb way to.
That's a dumb way to start your round out, bro. That's a dumb way, and then, even with this right here, what you show where you debunked anything, because he used Chat GP3. All AIs are not designed the same. I looked at us. Chat GPT is not designed really for academic and science articles. It won't give you cited sources and shit like that. And then we got to remember Cedric leads the AI to questioning, to make things.
It's the question you ask them. Right. To get the answer, right. To get the answer you need. Yeah. They'll agree with you, but at the bottom, they'll tell you that this is not, credible, or this is not source, this is not, what people agree with, but they chop that out and cut that out and present the article.
So I knew that he was going to try to come to this debate saying something like that. So I cross-referenced, I vetted the sources that I did use in the debate. See, he didn't show none of that. Let's keep going, Sister Kareem.
Indeed credible. but I cannot find any evidence of these specific studies were published by those institutions. African Genetics, Legacy in the Americas. Watch the title's good. And Ancient DNA's African Presence in the Americas, 2019. I was unable to find any records or references of these specific studies in prominent academic journals or databases like Google Scholar or PubMed. It is highly unusual for major universities like Harvard to publish studies in Science or American Journal of Human Genetics without a clear, traceable record of their existence. The same, Oxford University. Look at the title again, African Origins in the American Population, 2017. Look at this one, Ancient DNA. You see a pattern? And the Peopling of the Americas, 2018. Similarly to the previous Harvard reference, these studies cannot be found in major academic databases, any journals. I did a search and couldn't locate them. Oxford is a reputable institution, and their work is usually highly cited. So the fact that these publications, the lack of these populations in accessible databases is a red flag. University of Cambridge, African Genetic Influence in the Americas, 2016, and the Ancient DNA and the Origins of the American Population, 2019. Again, these sources also do not appear in any accessible academic databases or journals. Given its high visibility of Cambridge research, it is odd that these specific studies are not listed or indexed. University of Berkeley, African Genetic Legacy in Americas, 2017. Ancient DNA Reveals African Presence in the Americas, 2019. Similarly, no verifiable record or academic citation for these studies exist in any major journals or repositories. To boost the claim further, let's examine the broader pattern of pseudoscientific arguments in which complicated sources are commonly used. This is not the first time that false or unverifiable references have been relied upon in fringe theories, from ancient astronaut theories to alternative historical claims. The tactic is employed by those who wish to present themselves as legitimate experts without actually providing legitimate evidence. By presenting fabricated sources, Mandinka Mali is exploiting a common logical fallacy, the appeal to authority. This fallacy occurs when someone cites the name of an authoritative figure or a seemingly legitimate source in order to make their argument appear.
Now, when is you gonna prove Christopher Columbus came over here?
Names that sound legitimate, the argument itself would seem valid. However, as we all know, authority in science isn't about name.
I mean, this ain't no goddamn lesson on fallacy.
He just said he's going over debunking your Facebook post for right now.
My Facebook post. I ain't even win my first round. I ain't brought none of this out right here. What is this dude talking about? And then he ain't even showing how, because he couldn't find them, y'all. It told him that he couldn't.
He's arguing with you. He said he arguing with you, and he's going over a stance that other people usually bring out when dealing with this type of topic. So he's just all over the place right now.
Yeah, he's a mess, poor fella. Let's keep going.
With the assistance of AI, because it's really actually AI, and he just putting your name right there. So, you know, this is what AI talking about.
Right. Exposing the fallacy. He'll look it up, then they'll make him a little bullet point thing. Yeah, come on. You gotta make a bullet point on your information, bro. Your diary. So if you go on with the diary, I told you before the debate, just wanted to debate fast forward slave trade. Ain't got shit to do. Right.
That's why you didn't want to speak on none of the information, because if you like bring the source, bring it up, you're gonna be like, screenshot, cut, copy, so you don't get certain stuff. Be like, hold on, let me see the bottom of that. Hold on. Let me see the source for myself. Oh no, everything is gonna be shut down.
Let's keep going.
Naming famous people or prestigious title. Authority is about the strength of the evidence and the methodology behind the claims being made. In a genuine academic discourse, it is not the name of the researcher that matters, but the integrity of their research. their peer-reviewed publications, and the evidence that supports their conclusion. By relying on unverified sources and misusing scholarly names, Mandinka is attempting to manipulate the audience trust, assuming that most people won't investigate the authenticity of the references. But we know better. We understand that authority in science isn't about citing respected names, but about presenting rigorous, verifiable, and repeatable evidence. And without this, the argument falls.
4 minutes, Sam. 4 minutes. My apologies for missing that 5-minute mark.
Employing the authority fallacy can be seen across a wide range of pseudoscience. It is a tool to divert attention from the lack of actual proof, hoping to convince people through the superficial appearance of expertise. But as we've shown, when we dig deeper and examine the sources, we find that there is nothing but empty shell designed to mislead. At this point, JJ's argument is completely crumbled under the weight of reality. Round one, I've exposed the laughable claim that there's no evidence for Columbus' presence in the Americas, obliterating it with primary sources, historical
philosophy of pseudoscience. That's not the debate, sir.
You ain't said nothing about Christopher Columbus. You talked about JJ.
Hold on. 20 minutes.
He only mentioned him at the end and pretty much a little bit at the beginning, but other than that, it was nothing about Christopher and his voyage to America. Wow.
Yeah. Horrible.
Census and physical evidence. But rather than acknowledging his failure, what does he do? He pulled the classic Frost move by shifting the burden of proof and fabricating sources. Let's be absolutely clear. 7,000 is not just wrong, he's actively dishonest. He throws out made up genetic evidence without a single verifiable study, expecting everyone to just.
It's funny because you're making it seem like you already didn't have Joe around before. He's talking like you said so. For a person that ain't even heard you or don't even know the conversation or don't even know what the debate is about, they can be like,
they're like, well, what the hell are he talking about? Damn.
Take his word for it. But science doesn't work that way, JJ, and neither does history. If we had real genetic proof of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas, it would be published in peer-reviewed journals, not in fringe blogs or cherry-picked pseudoscience. Where are these studies, JJ? Where's the verifiable evidence? Nowhere, because it doesn't exist. And let's talk about his outright fabrication of sources. This is what separates ignorance from intellectual fraud. He's not just misinformed. He's deliberately presenting false information, hoping nobody checked. But I did. His sources are either the non-existent, misrepresented, or outright distorted from real studies that do not support his claim. This is academic dishonesty at its finest. Shifting the burden of proof is the last refuge of a failed argument. He cannot prove his nonsense, so he demands I disprove instead. But that's not how logic works. If I claim aliens built a
2 minutes
to provide evidence, not demand everyone else prove me wrong. The same applies here, JJ. He made a claim. He has failed to substantiate it. So let's call it what it is. JJ 7,000 is a fraud. His arguments are based.
I didn't make the claim that the titles make that Christopher Columbus reached America before Africa. This is a claim you're making, you idiot. Do he not understand that, Karima? The title of this debate?
I've been saying this. Nobody understands.
You signed up for this title, sir. That's crazy. It would have been like, did Africans come here before Columbus? And then I would have to be more, proving the case in the beginning. But the title is, did Christopher Columbus reach America before Africans? So you're up to back first, you have to prove your case. You're just complaining about sources and stuff, and I haven't even went yet. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's talking about what he think you was gonna talk about and what he thought you spoke about in your Facebook posts and what normal people that try to dispute his claim speaks about. He just all over the place. It had nothing to do with the topic. I wish he talked about Christopher because Christopher is rolling in his grave right now.
Yeah.
His sources are fake, and his understanding of both history and science is an embarrassment. At this point, his only option is to double down on the nonsense or to finally admit he's out of his depth. Either way, he's already lost. With that, I yield the floor.
All right, you got 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Are you sure you want to yield?
Yeah. Let's see how JJ climbs himself out of that hole. I yield my floor.
All right. And brother, I apologize for getting the 4 minute mark instead of the 5 minute mark.
I'm a professional.
My brother. Shout out to Cedric for a powerful opening round. Let me reset the timer. We're going to get ready for the legendary Mandinka Molly. Mandinka, time will start when you start. Let me know if you're sharing your screen. Shout out to Naga in the building. I see King Naga. I see Sekhmet. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Appreciate y'all's support. I see Sid and Mandinka bringing them out tonight. We got 63 people in the building. Shout out to my social media champ, Doctor, the good Doctor Too Sweet in the building. I think I saw my world champ, the undefeated, undisputed, distinguished world champ Pandemus in the building. I see my brother Eric Graham in the building as well. Shout out to everybody.
Hey, we got everybody named Mama in the building tonight, man. Hit the like, share, and subscribe button. Get your pen and paper. We learning tonight.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to my brother Nobody from Trust and Believe the Gospel. Can't forget about my brother. Mandinka, let me know when you're sharing your screen, bro. Unmute your mic as well, because if you're talking, I can't hear you.
I apologize. I'm trying to get my PowerPoint back up. Hold up. What the hell going on? Share screen. Windows. I apologize for that part. Hold up. Hey, Kramer, you notice the other judge ain't even up here on the goddamn screen at all. Y'all notice that? The other judge, where the hell the third judge?
Yeah.
Gone.
Said that.
Been gone. Been gone for a long time.
All right. While we waiting on our brother, I'm going to do what he suggested the first time and go to a commercial break. Never mind. See, as soon as I say commercial break, that PowerPoint come up. See? All right, brother, your screen is sharing. Time to start when you start. Shout out to MVP Chris Harris. I think I saw him in the building. Time to start when you start, my brother. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, hey, I'm ready. Hey, you can trust, believe. I ain't gonna run out the building. You can believe that.
Best believe the legendary Mandinka Molly ain't running.
Right, I ain't never ran from a debate. Hold up, man. Once I get it going, it's on. Hold up, present my fault.
Time start when you start, bro.
Like he ain't never had no technical problem in the debate. He ran from the whole show, y'all. We know who he is. Let's go. Chris Harris, y'all. Let's go. Y'all see this? Can you see my screen?
Time starts.
All right. Now, see, he came up here to prove that Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before Columbus. You sitting up here arguing sources that I didn't even bring up. Now,
okay, JJ,
yeah.
Mandinka, I stopped your time at 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Yeah. Listen, I stopped your time at 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Is it any way you can make your screen bigger? Like go to where it says.
How about that?
There you go. All right. That's a lot better. All right. Time to start when you're ready.
Yeah. All right, man. I saw y'all had to sit through that 20 minutes of just rambling. I
said she was gone for like 30, 40 minutes, and that's about right.
She's been gone for a long time. A long time, y'all. So I mentioned it, and DMG goes off on me. Come on, man. Stop it. Go! Go! Mission in action, y'all. You see her, Kareem? My sources, like, man. She been gone.
Yeah, I'm showing you what her icon. Oh, you can't see it because that comment. I'm gonna show you. If you can see on the bottom, you can see where she come in. She's not here. You can see where I put the point where how when she come in there. It's about 30, 40 minutes watch.
Look at this. This is why we slow it down.
You're not here. You're not here.
Nah. Go.
Let me see if I can get.
Mission in action.
She come in right here.
Damn.
She come in right here. This is when she come in. Right
Look
here.
at all that time. An hour 20.
Right here.
Back.
You see her icon? At the bottom, you see it right at the bottom.
Whole goddamn round. She's
from here.
53 minutes to 1:21.
She's gone.
Gone 28
She was right here. She was right here. All the way up. She gone.
From the 30-minute mark to the hour 20, she gone.
Gone. All the way. See, she right there.
At the 29-minute mark, all the way to the hour and 20 minutes. She come back at an hour and 20-minute mark.
She was gone.
Almost a damn hour, she gone. And DMG had the nerve to get mad at me because I brought that up. Start cussing me out. Tell me I'm disrespecting this platform. Then they started trying to treat me during the when the people come on the panel. Man, fuck that shit. Whack ass judges going for the whole fucking debate. Let's go, Colonel, please. Thank you. Bro, you ain't did nothing, bro. You ain't taught the audience nothing. Hey, look, Columbus, I'm not going to spend too much time on Columbus because I'm going to get into my information. Now, the lack of primary accounts of Christopher Columbus himself has led many scholars to question the accuracy of the existing accounts. Where's your primaries for that? To reevaluate the traditional narrative of Columbus' life and voyages. Some of the challenges of reconstructing Columbus' life and voyages include, look at this, y'all, limited sources. As mentioned earlier, there is no primary account from Columbus himself. Cedric, show it to us. And many of the secondary sources are incomplete. Like he said, there's a fraction of this and that. Incomplete and biased or accurate. We're dealing with biased narratives. Many of the accounts of Columbus' life and voyage were written by people who have a vested interest in promoting a particular narrative or agenda. That's that pseudoscientific racist agenda that Cedric promotes. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. All right, hold up. Let me make it small so y'all can read. I want to get to my information. Look, here go one of the documents you need to deal with right here. Hold up, man. Hold up. Okay, yeah. Okay, like I said, there are no primary sources for Columbus himself that can be verified. How can we trust secondary sources that were written decades and centuries after Columbus' voyages, y'all? This didn't happen just right after. Centuries after he so-called walked the earth or whatever. Why does Columbus not leave behind any written records of his voyages? We cannot find them. Why do different accounts of Columbus' voyages contain conflicting information? See, I'm rebuttaling your information, sir, about Columbus, and I'm going to get into mine, something that you didn't do. How can we reconcile the differences between dates and timelines provided in various sources? Why do some accounts describe Columbus as a hero while others portray him as a ruthless conqueror? Lack of archaeological evidence. Why is no definitive archaeological evidence been found to support the traditional narrative of Columbus' voyages? I want her to get past this. What role did the Catholic Church play in promoting Columbus myth? Why did Spanish monarchs support Columbus voyages, and what did they hope to gain? See, this dude's up here promoting this Columbus myth. Now let me get you my information, man. Let me get you my information. I ain't got time to be. It's your job to prove something for him, not me. When you gonna prove it? I'm already disproving. Show us some validity. Let me see where I want to start. Let me see where I'm starting to bust this dude head, man. Come here to play with you. Anybody else out there looking around? Huh? Hold on, let me get to it. Hold up. Where we gonna start? Let's start up in here. Hold up. Let me get to where I want to start. All right. We're gonna skip that part. We're gonna start right here.
Do you need to stop your time?
Yeah, stop my time so I get right to where I need to get to.
All right, time is stopped at 16 minutes, 37 seconds.
That's cool. Hold up. So once I go in, you're in some trouble, sir. Hold up. All right, let's start right here. All right, let's start right here. No, I won't start right there. All right, let's start right here. Yeah, let's start right here. Not my time. See, what I'm bringing to the table, man, I'm bringing science to the table. I'm bringing geochemical analysis. See, it confirmed African mineral origins in pre-Columbian weapons and metals. I'm talking about copper from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia, brass from Morocco and Algeria, way before any European weapons ever found in the United States. Iron, Nigerian, and can somebody mute their mic, please? Nigeria and Ghana. See, sources, peer-reviewed Journal of Archaeological Science, Latin American Antiquity, academic books that came from before Columbus, American presence in early America, institutional reports from the Smithsonian, National Geographic, USGS. All right, let's keep going, bro. Let's keep going. Now, this is my side. When you gonna present your side? Huh? Here goes the summary. Pre-Columbian African presence in America is confirmed. Sickle cell gene is found in ancient American remains, training back to African origins. This is what I'm bringing. African anchors discovered in the Caribbean water. They back to 12,000, 1400 CE, matching Mali Empire designs. African Democratic Republic of the Congo. How about this, y'all? The Ngomi Ngulu sickle blades from the Democratic Republic of Congo. All these are verified. The Berber daggers were found here in these lands before 1492. You ain't gonna find no European weapons over here before 1492. You ain't. You need to get in front of us and prove that this European presence, this European established, made a genetic marker over Africans who made their genetic marker here first. Now you got to go to these Italians because you said Christopher Columbus is Italian. I got his marker right here. It ain't nowhere to be found. Early. Let's keep going. Geochemical analysis confirmed African mineral origins in pre-Columbian weapons and metals. Let's keep going, man. Pre-Columbian African presence in America is supported by genetic, archaeological, and geochemical evidence. This challenges traditional narratives of Columbus' discovery of America. Let's keep going. Yeah, validation and methodology and science method. Reproducibility. See, I'm going to show you the methods they use, sir, which you have failed to do. You ain't even showed us anything. Results verified by multiple laboratories. Yes, Harvard University Geochemical Laboratory. I guess you didn't go look that up, did you? You bring up sources I ain't even bring into this debate. I want y'all to document that. The University of Oxford. Y'all better help them out. Isotope Laboratories, U.S. Geological Survey, USGS Laboratories. Data Quality Control Precision, plus 2.5% of elements concentrates. Isotope ratios, accuracies, 5 to 10%. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. The scientific method steps. Observation. Pre-Columbian weapons were unknown with unknown mineral origins. The question, did minerals originate from Africa? Hypothesis, yes. Geochemical analysis will reveal African mineral signatures. Prediction, African geochemical fingerprints will match weapon samples. Experimentation, geochemical analysis of weapon samples. Data analysis, comparison with African geological samples and database. I'm showing you the methods. He ain't showing you nothing. Show us the scientific method, the methodology the scientists use to study Christopher Columbus' bones and his extraction, his DNA. First of all, you have to go to 3 different grave sites to pick which one, and all of them is inconclusive. But this ain't even body even resistant. You can't even prove where the ships is, the Nina, the Pina, and the Santorini. Like you said, them should be in museums. Let's keep it going, man. Experimentation, geochemical analysis of weapon samples. This was used. The conclusion, African origins confirmed a pre-Columbian weapons and minerals. Let's keep going, man. Look at this. Now I'm finna really bust your goddamn head. I'm finna hit you with a 40 clip. Look at this. Weapons. Obsidian swords were found. Geochemical signatures match obsidian deposits from where? Ethiopia and Eritrea. Minimal compensation, 70%, 50% ALO 203. Geochemical analysis. You're seeing all the results. Look at the results, y'all. The match is 95% with African obsidian copper daggers. Excuse me. Copper daggers also found in Peru. Geochemical signatures. He don't know nothing about no geochemical signatures. Match copper deposits in the Democratic Republic. Match the copper deposits in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia. Look at this, y'all. 92% match. African copper. How you going to debunk this? Iron spearheads. Geochemical signatures match iron deposits in Nigeria and Ghana. 80% match with African iron. How that just pop up over there? Huh? Look, terracotta figurines in Ecuador. Geochemical signatures match clay. The clay deposits, sir, in Mali and Ghana. He ain't bringing nothing. You gonna get in front of me with this nonsense, bro? All you did is bring in definitions. Look, now I'm gonna hit you with a 40 piece. Now I'm gonna hit you. Look, here go 40 bullet points. Look, weapons and tools. Obsidian swords, African origin confirmed. Copper daggers in Peru, African origin confirmed. Iron spearheads in Brazil, African origin confirmed. Bronze axe in Colombian, again, African origin confirmed. Wood spears and metal tips, Ecuador, African origin confirmed. Slingshots with African style stones. They did all the research on these. Harpoons with bone points. What are he bringing to the table to verify any artifacts, any DNA of Christopher Columbus being here before Africans? Don't talk about what you bringing up a source of reference I never brought to this debate. You already lost. Look at it. Fishing hooks with plants and fibers in Mexico. Ceremonial knives with ivory handles, Peru. Look, war clubs like I'm bringing to this debate with a stone on top of your head from Brazil. Let's keep going, man. Dude, I don't know what he got in the ring with me for. Look at this. Confirmed. We're going to look. Now we're going to do the woods, plants, and materials, ebony wood carvings, African blood musical instruments, rosewood figurines, mahogany canoes. You got to debunk all that, sir. You ain't
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
10 minutes, good. Look, terracotta figurines, clay pipes. Hold on, let me keep going, man. Let me keep going, bro. You got a lot to deal with, sir. Huh? How about the textiles, foods, coins, jewelry, shoes? All this is tested and dated before 1492, and they all have an African origin. Cotton fabrics, indigo dyed textiles, leather sandals, domesticated Guinean fowl, navigation tools. Bro, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Huh? You want to look, counter. Oh, look, you want to say, oh, your testing methods are flawed? Well, guess what? The rebuttal. We use methods of SRF, the SEM-EDS, DNA analysis, sir, verified by peer-reviewed journals and labs. Here go another of your counters that you might come out your goddamn own mouth. Sample size is too small. Well, guess what? I already prepared for that rebuttal. We analyzed 400 samples across 40 categories, exceeding standard archaeological sample sizing. But you got another counter that you might say contamination could have occurred. Well, guess what, sir? We followed the strict protocols to prevent contamination, including glove use and sterile equipment. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going, bro. You got a lot of questions to answer, sir. That's what you got. That's what you got to deal with. You ain't brought us nothing about no goddamn Christopher Columbus doing anything. How about this? Counter. Dating methods were inaccurate. Well, the rebuttal is we use multiple dating methods, radiocarbon, thermolucents, to cross-validate results. Counter. Your labs lack proper accreditation. Rebuttal. Our labs are accredited by international bodies, A2LA, ISO 17025. Let's keep going, man, because I got so much to bring out today, man. Yeah, man. This dude ain't brought us nothing. Look at this. Counter. African presidents is impossible due to ocean currents. Rebuttal. Historical records and model experiments prove African vessels could cross oceans, which he want to try to take away from us. You know? Let's see what else. Oh, yeah. Testing methods. Okay, now, yeah, okay, hold up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's see. What we got here? Yeah, look at this, y'all. 20 points to express how late European settlements came to the Americas. Look at this. Indigenous Americans arrived 15,000 to 20,000 years ago via land bridge from Asia. Africans arrived 2,000 to 3,000 years ago via transatlantic migration and trade. That's a very important word to listen to because Cedric wants you to believe that we only got here through slavery. Look at this. Europeans arrived 500 to 600 years via Columbus in 1492. Look, we got 2,000, 3,000 years ago, we got documented evidence. But these Eurocentrics want to try to discredit that because they're perpetuating the myth of this pseudo-scientific racist ideology that Christopher Columbus discovered everything. Look at this. Delayed European settlements. Europeans were latecomers to the Americas compared to indigenous Americans and Africans. European settlements was delayed due to various factors, including the Black Death, the Crusades, and lack of maritime technology. When are you going to show that the maritime technology and show that they was more advanced than Africans? Bring that to the table. You're up here getting dog walked. How about this, man? Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And then, okay, let's see. Did I read this? Okay, African. Okay, I read that. Hold up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Look, the legacy of the late European settlement. This is what he up here defending, y'all. The legacy of the late European settlement continues to impact the lives of indigenous indigenous Americans and Africans descendant communities. Historical trauma and ongoing disparities persist in areas like education, healthcare, economic opportunity. Just a little fun fact to let you know what I'm dealing with when he gets in front of me with this goddamn nonsense. Excuse my language. Now, acknowledging the late arrival of European settlement is crucial to understand the complex history of the Americas. Let's keep going, man, because I got a lot. I got a lot for you, sir. I got a lot. Hold up. Let's keep going. What we got here? Wait till I really break this down. Look, instruments. Africans use astronomical instruments such as the astrolabe to measure the position of stars and planets. These Europeans didn't understand that. How can they have beat us here? They also use a kamal, a navigational instrument used to measure the altitude of the suns and the stars. What else we got? Look, navigation by the stars. They didn't understand that. Africans navigated by the stars using the position of the constellations and location. Cedric, show us these Europeans using this type of knowledge before Africans. You won't be able to do it. You won't.
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
They knew the patterns of the stars. Europeans did not. And they used clear-cut, conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus did this first, and there's no clear-cut evidence that Africans. So I got to present a case. Let y'all decide. What is he doing? Where has he presented a case? He's up here running his mouth, being Eurocentric. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Now, look, we understood the ocean currents. Africans had a deep understanding of ocean currents. And they used them to their advantage to when navigating. It's breaking up, Kareem. Come on, bro. Look at this. African maritime explorers such as Abakari II. Now, he will believe a Christopher Columbus voyage and an oral tale or tradition, but he comes against the Black African tale of us coming over here for some reason. So let's just throw both of them stories, as far as the myth and the tale, and let's get down to the information backing these stories up. Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? I haven't seen you bring anything but complain about sources that I never even brought up because I didn't even go yet. Think about that, y'all. Now, they explored the coastline of Africa and beyond, establishing trade routes and cultural exchange networks. I hope y'all paying attention, judges. So who's connecting? Who's bringing the story? Who's trying to show a valid point of their case? Cedric has failed to do that. The legacy of the African maritime culture. The legacy of the African maritime culture can be seen in many African diasporic communities around the world. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next one. He ain't done that. He ain't showing no haplogroups. I'm going to go all that. All that. Let's see. Here go 30 bullet points to highlight the late development of European navigation. They Johnny come lately, man. Look at this, y'all. European can't hear it, Karima. These Europeans knew nothing about it. Remember, the Moors had to go over there and tell them to wash their ass and brush their teeth, which was developed by others, relied on dead reckoning and pilotage, which is a less accurate method. Two minutes.
Look
at this, y'all. Limited understanding of the ocean. Europeans had limited understanding of the ocean. They did not understand the patterns and the currents, winds and waves. They did not have enough thorough knowledge of the tides, with the navigation even more challenging. What else we got? You said I got 2 minutes. Let me keep going. Look at this, y'all. They had no concept of latitude and longitude. Europeans did not have a concept of latitude or longitude until the 15th century. We see no evidence of them until after European colonization. Why is that? But we see evidence of other cultures over here way before them, particularly the Africans. Look at this. Limited use of navigational instruments. Europeans had limited access to navigational instruments such as an astrolabe, which was introduced from the Middle East. They did not know how to use this tool for navigation until the 15th century. Man, come on, bro. When is he going to get over here and show us something but when this guy got over here? Huh? Look. No concept of the Canary Currents. Europeans did not have a concept of Canary Current, which made navigation even more challenging. I'm attacking Christopher Columbus because the name did not have a concept of Canary Current. And what this debate is, did Christopher Columbus, as his name, come to the Americas for Africans? Has he shown us any proof? Any primaries? There is no primary account of Christopher Columbus writing anything. There's no logs. There's no ship logs. There's no goddamn proof of where he buried. They got him 3 different goddamn places. Where is he buried?
That is time. That is time. Shout out to both of these brothers for a passionate first round. A very impassioned first round. Shout out to both brothers for giving it they all in this powerful first round. That being said, before we get into the second round festivities, just a little bit a channel promotion, if you will. Let me show you what we got this Wednesday. Handled for me this face-off between the undefeated versus series world champion Pandemus and the argument king James Cassell. That's Wednesday, March 19th, 7 p.m. Central Time. If my man says these brothers try to come up. What are you saying?
One of the judges is off the panel. I only see 2 judges.
Okay. I see what's going on.
Stop right there.
Show gotta go on.
Now I didn't know. Look how long. And then when I said the judge had come back to what, the 129 mark, the 123 mark, and you got upset with me. I didn't even know she was going that long. Come on, bro. And now Cedric is starting off with his second round with Dr. Schuer's research. There's something I didn't even bring in this debate again. You see this, Karima? This is crazy. All right, let's keep going. Yep.
On either way. All right, Cedric. You're 20 minutes ready to go. Time to start when you start.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was a demonstration in begging the question. Realize that there was not one source presented for any of the claims JJ was making. I guess since I'm gone first, I handicapped him and he no longer has the ability to reference the pseudo sources making those claims. Let me get into the business at hand. JJ has been making claims of using Dr. Theodore Score, right? He's a well-respected population geneticist whose groundbreaking research has been instrumental in understanding the migration patterns of indigenous peoples of the Americas. His works focuses specifically on mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down maternally and can be traced to reveal the origins of ancient populations. Sker's research provides clear and compelling evidence that Native American populations are primarily descended from East Asian ancestors who crossed the Bering Land Bridge more than 10,000 years ago. Through the analysis of genetic markers in Native American and East Asian populations, Sker was able to identify significant similarities, further solidifying the theory that Native Americans migrated.
All right, first of all, I already showed you that I didn't bring up Dr. Schuer's work in this debate. But if you read right here, it says Scher's research provides a clear and compelling evidence that Native American populations are primarily descended from East Africa. That doesn't mean all of their the admixture of other people mixing with them. So this don't even prove your case at all. We're not talking about what Native American. We're not talking about that. We're talking about who admixed with them first, who got here first. Was it Africans or was it these Europeans that you're defending? These Italians. Then you're bringing this up. I didn't even bring up Dr. Schuer's work in this debate. Let's keep going, Karima. Please and thank you.
From Asia, not Africa. It is important to note that Dr. Sker's work is based on years of meticulous research, peer-reviewed publications, and solid scientific methodology. Nowhere in Dr. Sker's extensive body of research does he suggest any significant African migration in the Americas before Columbus. His conclusions align with the broader scientific consensus on the origins of Native American populations. Any attempt to claim his research supports an African presence in pre-Columbian America is a serious misrepresentation of his work. Despite the clear and unequivocal conclusion drawn by Dr. Sker, Mandinka and other proponents of the African migration theory have intentionally misquoted and twisted Sker's findings to fit their narrative. That is what JJ was doing this now, presenting you with a African migration theory, which claimed between 2,000 and 5,000 years ago. They take the genetic research and selectively use portions of it to support their baseless claims. However, when we examine Dr. Sker's work in its full context, it becomes clear that its findings are focused solely on East Asian ancestry, not African migration. Sker's research highlights the shared genetic markers between Native American population and East Asian groups, specifically those from Siberia and Northeast Asia. Those markers found in mitochondrial DNA paint a clear picture of Native Americans are linked to these populations through migrations across the Bering Land Bridge. At no point does Dr. Sker suggest that African genetic markers are prevalent in Native American populations in a way that would indicate pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. This is a critical issue because it demonstrates, again, a fundamental misunderstanding of the scientific method. JJ is out of his league. Sker's conclusions are based on rigorous analysis of actual genetic data from Native American population. And he and other geneticists use concrete empirical evidence to make their findings. In contrast, those who claim Sker's work support an African migration theory are relying on a misrepresentation of the data, taking its word out of context and ignoring the overall evidence in his research. Now, JJ was throwing a lot of stuff to see if it's stuck on the wall, yet he didn't direct you to a particular book, a particular finding, a particular research paper. He was just blabbering from the mouth. Man, this is intellectual dishonesty at its finest, making a whole bunch of begging the question claims, yet don't support it by showing you an actual source. He will not be able to show you a source. It is clear that the theorist, like he's telling you, he's made up his theory, have deliberately misrepresented Sker's work. The suggestion that Sker's findings support the ideas of African migration is not only misleading, but it's also gross distortion of scientific fact. Sker's studies have revealed that Native American population exhibit low genetic diversity and greater differentiation compared to populations from other continents. This pattern aligns with a southward dispersals from the Bering Straits, indicating a single migration wave into the Americas. You can find that in PubMed. There, right there, there's a .gov. You see, I present a link to where my reference comes from. His work has identified the prevalence of the QM3 haplogroup among indigenous peoples in the Americas. This lineage is believed to have arisen approximately 10 to 15,000 years ago during the initial migration into the Americas. There's a reference to where you can actually find the source. Sker's research on the Kalingo population in the Caribbean confirmed a high percentage of Native American ancestry, 55%, alongside African 32%, and European 12% ancestries. This underscores the complex admixture in the region's history. Let's continue. In conclusion, the claim that Dr. Sker or any other geneticist research provides evidence of African presence in pre-Columbian Americas is unequivocally false. His research is overwhelmingly supports the idea that Native Americans are primarily descended from East Asian populations who crossed the Bering Land Bridge. Sker's genetic work on mitochondrial DNA is a cornerstone of our understanding of Native American origins. And there is no valid scientific basis to suggest African migration to the Americas before Columbus based on his findings. This is a perfect example of how misleading half-truths and misrepresentations are used to justify an argument that has no scientific merit. JJ and similar theorists rely on fabrications and distortions of reputable research to support their claims. By taking Dr. Sker's work out of context and twisting his findings, they attempt to lend credibility to an idea that is not supported by the evidence. The reality is clear. Dr. Sker's research, along with a wealth of other geneticists and archaeological studies, support the well-established theory that the Native Americans have East Asian origins, not African. The misuse of his work in an attempt to mislead and confuse. But when we look at the full body of evidence, the true narrative is undeniable. One of the key arguments put forward by JJ is the claim of dental traits. Now, I'm going first, so I'm chopping his head off. He can't bring these things up, but I'm address all that pseudo nonsense he brought up. The dental traits found in pre-Columbian remains show evidence of African presence in the Americas. This claim, however, is both flawed and outdated. He couldn't bring up the sickle cell evidence yet anymore. He ran past that. The shape and structure of the teeth is influenced by a variety of factors, including environmental pressures, diet, and genetic drift. Over time, human populations have evolved distinct dental traits, but these traits are not exclusive to any one population. The features are often cited as African in origin, are actually found across many different populations worldwide, including East Asians. These traits are not unique to Africa or Africans, and therefore cannot be used as evidence of African migration to the Americas. Furthermore, the argument that these traits indicate African ancestry is rooted in outdated race science, which categorize human populations into rigid, oversimplified racial groups based on physical characteristics. Modern genetics, however, show us that human populations are far more complex than the simplistic notions of race suggested by these outdated frameworks. And you're calling me using the outdated white man science. Human genetic history is shaped by a range of factors, including migration, environmental adaptation, and gene flow between different populations. The concept of Negroid dental traits is an artifact of early anthropological thinking and does not hold up under the scrutiny of modern science. So you, my friend, are engaging in race-based science. Don't ever mention me at that point again. It is crucial to recognize that the presence of certain dental traits in pre-Columbian remains do not provide any solid evidence of African migration. These traits are found in many different populations, and their presence in the Americas does not support the argument of pre-Columbian African presence. This argument based on dental traits is both scientifically unsound and misleading. The study of teeth morphology has been used in anthropology to compare populations and track human migration patterns, but it does not provide definitive evidence of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. Here are the key points about how teeth morphology have been used in studies, along with its limitations when applied to determining African presence. Dental morphology includes the shape, size, and features of the teeth, such as the cusp, enamel thickness, and root shape. These traits can vary across populations due to the genetic difference and evolutionary pressures. Researchers often use dental traits to examine population differences between indigenous groups and to explore migration patterns. Some traits, like shovel-shaped incisors and certain molar curve pattern, are common in indigenous populations of the Americas, East Asians, and parts of Africa. The study of indigenous America populations have documented dental traits such as shovel-shaped incisors, which are common in both East Asian and Native American population, suggest a shared ancestry from Siberia. In contrast, dental traits more commonly associated with sub-Saharan Africans, such as larger molars and specific cups patterns, do not appear in significant numbers among pre-Columbian indigenous population. The study by Scott and Turner, you see how you present evidence, JJ, in their influential work, the anthropology of modern human teeth, dental morphology, and its variation in recent human populations. Scott and Turner used dental morphology to examine the relationship between different human populations. They emphasize that while some dental traits might appear in both African and indigenous populations, these shared traits do not imply direct migration from Africa to the Americas before Columbus. This common feature could arise from convergent evolution or common ancestry rather than contact. Here's your real source. You see, Cambridge Press, I can actually pull up a real source. Now let's turn to another claim that has been repeatedly made by proponents of the African migration theory. The so-called
10 minutes, said 10 minutes.
According to JJ and others, these artifacts is proof of an African presence. Now, he threw a whole bunch of them out there, and we know the direct source that they come from, Van Sertima. He will be dealt with in the other round. African golden arrowhead, according to McKinney, and other these artifacts is proof of an African presence in the Americas before Columbus. However, there is no credible evidence supporting the existence of such an artifact. Let's see it in a museum, JJ. Show us a picture. No reputable archaeologist or historian has verified the existence of this golden arrow. Artifacts like this are often fabricated and misidentified. And in this case, the golden arrowhead myth appears to be a misunderstanding or deliberate misrepresentation of indigenous American artifacts. Native American societies crafted a wide variety of arrowheads and tools. None of these are particularly similar to any purported African artifacts. Claims like the golden arrowhead are a classic example of cherry picking. Proponents of these theories select only a piece of evidence that fit their preconceived narrative while discarding everything else. We call that confirmation bias. They take misidentified or fabricated objects. This is what we're dealing in, and present them as irrefutable proof of African evidence, of African influence. You saw him doing it just now, ignoring the much more substantial body of evidence that contradicts their claims. These kinds of unfounded claims undermine the integrity of legitimate archaeological research and demonstrate a lack of scholarly rigor. Now, presenting you with how methodology is done doesn't mean it directly applies to these things. Again, JJ didn't present you with a source. He cut and paste and put his stuff up there with no link to any credible academic source, which he will not be able to present. It is important to emphasize that any artifact claim should be subject to rigorous peer review and scientific verification. In the case of the golden arrowhead, no such a verification exists, and for none of these others. Without any credible evidence, this claim can only be dismissed as part of a broader pattern of pseudo-scientific misrepresentation. That's all we're dealing with here. Finally, let's reaffirm the position of mainstream scientific community on the issue. The overwhelming evidence from a variety of disciplines, including genetics, archaeology, and anthropology, support the theory that Native Americans are primarily descended from East Asian populations who crossed the Bering Land Bridge thousands of years ago. There is no credible evidence that pre-Columbian African population made significant contact with or settled in the Americas. The claim put forward by JJ 7000 are not supported by rigorous scholarship. As you can see how he presents his nonsense. These claims, such as those based on misinterpreted dental traits and the myth of the golden arrowhead, do not hold up on the screw.
It says the Native American population points to a clear East Asian origin. That is not the debate, sir. So you saying that the Native American population didn't admix with nobody? I mean, this dude here, man, he wasted an hour and 25 minutes of y'all time listening to him. All right, Chris, I just wanted to point that out because he keeps saying Native American population points to clear East Asian origin. Is that what we debating, Karima?
No, that's not. But his second round has been about that the whole time, and that's what I say. He's arguing about something that has nothing to do with it. That's why I say when his heading on top had nothing to do with his receipts. Nothing he's talking about had nothing to do with his heading.
Right. He got dental evidence. I mean, bro. I mean, it's just I don't know. He just slapped something together. That's what he did.
It has nothing to do with Christopher Columbus coming before Africans. It had nothing to do with it.
Then he said these golden arrowheads showed up.
You made a whole different debate. Like,
I
don't know if he's talking about. Native Americans being here before Asia, the bloodline between Native American and Asia. He's not on point. Like he's not talking about the topic at hand.
And when he tried to talk about these arrowheads or whatever, at least show, you know, the metal analysis of breakdown where these you know what I'm saying, these alloys come from here over there. You ain't did that. You just running your mouth. If you're gonna say that, hey, prove it. Show the study. Right, let's keep going, Kareem.
Scrutiny. They rely on selective evidence, misrepresentation, and an agenda-driven approach, as you clearly hear, to history. By promoting such unfounded theories, they undermine the integrity of real history and archaeological scholarship. The scholarly consensus is clear, and it is based on years of solid peer-reviewed research. The genetic studies of Native American populations point to a clear East Asian origins. The archaeological evidence consistently support this understanding. Any suggestion of pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas is not supported by the evidence. It is essential that we rely on credible evidence-based research rather than falling for distortions and fabrications of fringe theories. We had a clear demonstration of that. There's an old saying, a well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth. But here's the problem from JJ. I don't have a disorganized truth. I have a meticulously structured, verifiable, historical, and scientifically backed truth that utterly crushes his tangled web of lies. And now, as we expect, his pseudo history is dying at its source. Take his blatant misuse of Theodore work as he was spitting it out there, genetic evidence. A perfect example of how pseudoscience always collapses under the scrutiny.
I ain't never brought Theodore short
whose
work
research
to this
is
debate,
in no
you
way
idiot.
supports 7,000's ridiculous claim.
I never brought Theodore short work to this debate, you idiot. I mean, I don't understand what we're doing. Come on, man. I just want to point that out, man. I mean, I never brought his work up. All right, Kerm.
But like all frauds, he cherry picks and distorts, hoping nobody checks. Well, I did. No way in Sker's peer-reviewed studies is there any support for pre-Columbian African migration to the Americas. In fact, Sker's work reinforces the exact opposite, that Native American population descend from Asian Siberian migration. So once again, a pseudo always dies at the source. Then there's this outdated dental morphology nonsense, this relic of bad anthropology.
Man, he in the wrong debate.
You see how he try to hurry up and brush over?
What do you do?
He try to hurry up and brush at the end over what he said that you try to bring, which that ain't even your thing. It ain't got nothing to do with your point.
Theodore Shore's work. Mm-hmm. Yep. He fell for those switching bait. That's what he did, y'all. That's why, you know, if you lead off in the debate, bro, you can't just guess that I'm gonna bring this and that. You gotta wait and see. You gotta wait and see. AZX 777. No, he ain't gonna do no debate too. He's scared to go on another panel and do this debate. He want to be where his friends and buddies was. Whack ass guy. Look, she finally came back. The goddamn judge. Now she up there. Man, come on, man. All right, shout out to y'all, son. I see you. Let's keep going, Kareem. Please and thank you.
Yeah, because remember he said, I'm going to see what's going on. It took him a minute. I guess he had to track her down, but you ain't noticed how long it took him to find her.
Yeah.
After that was said.
She just fell asleep.
Track her.
And then got mad because I know. They got mad because I noticed it. Got mad because I noticed it, ladies and gentlemen. You know, that ain't how you handle that, sir. And you can best believe she was listening and taking notes. She texted me.
Yeah, she probably informed them already that she's gonna be in and out. It couldn't be directly hearing and stuff, but you know, that's not here nor there.
I asked them could they find somebody who a judge that know about science, an atheist judge, and then somebody who believes in God. Those three type of personalities. Where it comes from different angles. That's how we do it, you know. But I don't know where they found these. I don't know where they found Tawanda and Kiki. I don't know where they found them. And now she done popped back up. Oh yeah, neither one of y'all showed. This was she said. Yeah, but she said I want to see more evidence on Christopher Columbus and the European settlements. I'm like, that ain't my job. That's his. So when I heard that, I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing. You know. And you got the nerve to get mad at me because I said something about the judge. All right, Kermit, let's keep it rolling.
Has what was discarded ages ago, but by modern genetics.
5 minutes, Sid. 5 minutes.
Yet here he is clinging to it like it's 1920, as if real scientists today would rely on tooth shape instead of DNA sequencing. It is not just wrong; it is pathetic. And let's talk about his so-called artifacts, arrowheads, tools, and other supposed African evidence. This is a textbook archaeology where random objects are desperately repurposed to fit a predetermined narrative. Arrowheads, really? As if independently developed stones aren't found all over the world. Where are those controlled excavations? Where's the peer-reviewed proof of African settlement? It doesn't exist because its arguments are built on misrepresentation, fabrications, and wishful thinking. At this point, JJ, it just isn't wrong. He's intellectually bankrupt. He's not presenting evidence. He's throwing out garbage and hoping no one notices the stench. But his lies are disorganized. And my truth is sharpened like a blade. The only thing left for him to do now is either double down on his fraud or finally admit he's outmatched. Either way, his pseudo history is already dead. I yield the floor. Making up sources, presenting us with begging the question nonsense, not having any credible sources. You're not directing us to anywhere. You're giving us your made up nonsense. I told you Dunning-Kruger on steroids. That's what we're dealing with here. You're out of your league. You're disrespecting the audience by presenting the nonsense the way you're presenting it. I'm ashamed of you.
Cedric Ortega with a powerful
the hell out of here
round in the building. We're going to move to the legendary Mandinka Molly for his 20-minute second round. Time going to start when you start, my brother. Powerful.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Yeah, that was. Yeah, let me share my screen. Yeah, that was.
Don't forget to make it bigger, brother.
All right, hold on, let me get to it.
We got Sage the Savage back in the building.
Yeah. Y'all heard that? Back in the building.
You had it up. I don't know where it went.
Hour nap. Let me unmute my mic first. Hold up. Dude, I can share my screen. That was like. Damn. All right, you see it now? Let's go, man.
Let's see where you at.
Let's
All
go.
right, I got you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Make it a little bigger, bro.
Hold up. All right, hold up.
Time hasn't started yet.
Can you see that?
That's much better. Much better. All right, time start when you start.
Okay, so now I'm okay. So I'm going to bring somebody to the table, which he has not done. I'm finna bring my scholar up. You see, the presence of EM2 in Americas before Columbus has significant implications for our understanding of the peoplings of America. He ain't got no source. He just crying. The dominant theory suggested Americans were populated by single migration from Asia across the Bering Land Bridge. However, the presence of EM2 in the Americas suggests that there's been multiple migrations to the Americas. This is Afrocentric. He Eurocentric over there, y'all. See, including a migration from Africa. He wants to deny this. So here's my guy. Now, hey, when are you going to bring your guy to the table to prove that Christopher Columbus did anything? That's what we waiting on. Now, the study by Bortoli and others, 2003, provides a strong evidence, but y'all going to look it up right now. You ain't going to be able to debunk it. From the presence of EM2 in the Americas before Columbus. This study found that EM2 was present in several indigenous American populations, including the Maya and the Kuka. The study also found that EM2 haplogroup in Americas was mostly closely related to EM2 haplogroups in Africa, suggesting a recent common ancestry between the two populations. All right, let's keep going. Oh, shit. Let's keep going. All right. In conclusion, the presence of EM2 in the Americas before Columbus is a well-established fact that has significant implications for the understanding of the peoplings of America. The study by Bertolli, 2003, provided strong evidence of the presence of EM2 in America before Columbus, and the phylogenetic analysis shows that the EM2 haplogroup in the America was mostly correct. Shows that it was mostly that the EM2 haplogroup in America is most closely related to the EM2 haplogroup in Africa. All right, let's keep going. All right. Now, the present EM2 in America before Columbus challenged the dominant theory. We said that the study of the people in America is a complex and multifaceted topic that requires an interdisciplinary approach. The present EM2 in America before Columbus is just one of the examples of the complex, nuanced history of human migration and admixture in America. Remember, this debate is about who got here first. Where's Columbus and the crew and all those guys admixing with the indigenous people? You can't find it until afterwards. So how the hell did he get here first? You have no proof of his voyage. We don't know where his ships is. We don't know where his ship logs is. We know none of his navigation tools. So now you got to go a different route. I'm showing what I got. Where's his haplogroup? I'm going to show you his haplogroup. I'm going to show you how late it got here, sir. Stop playing with me, man. You ain't showed no source. Here go my reference right here. There it is. Look it up. Huh? There it is. Here go others who agreed with him. Huh? Look it up. Man, my fault you don't know. Now, why this is possible, okay, listen. Now, why it is possible that recent gene flow from Africa could have introduced EM2 into the Americas? The genetic data suggests that EM2 has been present in America for thousands of years. This is what my guy's saying. Thousands of years. The study of Bertolini and others, 2003. You see? What is his guy saying that said Christopher Columbus brought his tail over here? Yeah. See? Hold on, what else I got over here? Now, look. The presence of EM2 in America is not significant. This is what guys like Cedric say, and does not challenge the dominant theory of the peoplings of America. Well, here go my rebuttal to that, Cedric. The presence of EM2 in America is significant because it challenges the dominant theory of the peoplings of America, which suggests that Americans were populated via single migration from Asia, the Bering Land Bridge, an old concept. The presence of EM2 in America suggests that there might have been multiple migrations to the Americans, including immigrations from Africa. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Here go another one. Look. The study by Bortini, here go where your source at? Here go all the people that came against him, and here go his rebuttals, y'all. I already checked my guy out. Where's his guy? When we gonna see the navigational routes, and where did the leader land? And the Pinta, where did that land? And the Santa Maria. How come it ain't in a museum right now? Cedric, show us that. Show us where he located his body at. They got him buried in 3 goddamn different places. Show us that. Show us authentic letters of this guy, Columbus. Show us that, sir. Show us authentic handwritings. Show us first-hand primary accounts of his family. So I looked it up, ain't none of them connected. None of them. While the story, look at this, y'all. Look at the question. The study has methodological limitations, and the results should be interpreted with caution. Now, I'm going to bring y'all to the study that I'm bringing to y'all. What study has he brought to prove that Christopher Columbus came here before anybody? Well, it's true that all studies have methodological limitations. The study, here's my source guy. I'm bringing them to the table. Use a reverse methodology to analyze the genetic data. The study used a large sample size and variety of genetic markers to analyze the data. Now I'm showing them how he did it, y'all. Cedric ain't done that. He just want to come up here and try to tell somebody what they don't understand, and you don't understand nothing. Because you sit up here talking about Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before anybody else, before Africa. You ain't showed us no artifacts. You ain't showed no DNA markers. You ain't showed no authentic records. Nothing. But your lip and your Eurocentric ideology, your pseudo-scientific racist ideologies. Now, let's keep going. Now, and the result were consistent with the presence of EM2 in the Americas. Additionally, this study findings have been confirmed by subsequent studies, including the study by Cafferat, and found that EM2 in several indigenous American populations. He's trying to say that none of our bloodline is in any of the indigenous populations. None of us, y'all. Can you believe this? And they got oral traditional stories, and them telling them that they met up with goddamn Africans. And he want to dispel that, but he believed this myth of Christopher Columbus. But look, that's got a story of myth or voids about Abakar II, and he want to shut it down. It's pseudo. Why ain't you? I ain't never heard of any of the pseudo killers say that the story of Christopher Columbus was pseudo, because this is their agenda. I'm here to shut it down. Let's keep going, man. And look at this. Look at this. Here go my guy. Where your guy? Counter argument number 5. The presence of EM2 in America is due to contamination or sample error. See, I checked it. Rebuttal. The genetic data was carefully collected and analyzed to minimize the risk of contamination or sample error. The study of Bertini, 2003, used a robust methodology to analyze this genetic data, including a use of multiple genetic markers and large sample size. You keep telling you how you're doing this. Let's keep going, man. I got a lot. Here you go. But prove incredible. Look at this. Here you go. Look him up. Huh? They got the numbers for you. Now, evaluate credibility of the author. This is how I did mine. When is Cedric going to show anything how he did it? Check the author's qualification expertise in the field of genetics and anthropology. I asked the search engine, please make sure you do not use hypothetical sources. Cross-reference them and vet them. When has Cedric showed anything, any source or anybody he has brought up here? Nothing. Check the author's qualification. Let's keep going, man, because I'm running out of time. I got a lot to say. Let's go. What's this? What's this? Huh? Look at this. Here goes the source. Mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome variation in American Journal of Physical Anthropology 122.2, 127.36. It's not my fault that you use a ChatGPT-3, which is not a search engine designed for academic and scientific studies, sir. I'll show you that at the end. Now, check the author. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. I'm going to show you. See. Okay, so as you can see, here's what I did to check out the information. I don't want to lean too much time on that because I want to get into more. All right, here we go. Here you go. All right, let's go. Now, this thesis aims to investigate the presence of the African haplogroup EM2 in pre-Columbian America, exploring the implications of the findings on our understanding of ancient human migration and population dynamics. This is where you're going to have a problem, y'all. This study will examine the genetic relationship between EM2 and the European haplogroups I-M253, I-M26. I got to bring it out for him because he don't even know. I-P37, I-P215, and I-M170, highlighting the late arrival of these European haplogroups in the Americas. You better be showing us how they got here before us. It's a race. Not just your lip, not just definitions. It is a race, sir. You're telling me. No. Look, you want to talk about dinner more now? You ain't disproved none of that. None of that, sir. Look at this. Dental morphology is a real science. It is a real science. Don't let them fool you. Hold up. Look, this is what they use when they test for dental the teeth. This method measures the amount of radiocarbon 14 in organic materials such as bone or teeth by comparing the amount of carbon-14 in the sample to the amount of modern samples.
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna get more into that. Hold up. Look, like I say, man. Here's the extended background of admixture methodology and scientific method used to study the EM2 subclade in Mesoamerica. The study of human populations have revealed that many populations have experienced admixture. Why isn't Cedric addressing this admixture? He needs to show this European admixture before Africans. Because Columbus himself could have populated. He has to have a crew with him. And these are these Italians. And this the genetic marker that I'm going to get into in my next round. I'm going to show you where these clowns come from, man. I'm going to show you. I ain't calling them clowns. I don't mean it like that. I'm trying to be respectful. But I'm going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, where Christopher Columbus and this Italian marker come from. He has to show this. It's a race. We can't go by the myth no more. If you don't believe my voice story, and I don't believe yours, now what do we do, judges? Now we have to prove other ways of proving our case or stating our case. And Cedric Ortega has yet to do that. He's come up here with all this goddamn nonsense and JJ's pseudoscience dies at the source. What source? One of them, what you put up there, didn't even have a goddamn name, said it was invalid or something, bro. You ain't vetted no sources. You just got a little website up there, and we supposed to take you serious? So you can't sit up here and discredit my sources when I just brought my guy to the table. Dude, you better go tell Juju and the rest of your crew to get somebody up here proving Christopher Columbus came to these Americas before anybody else, and especially Africans. Where is that information? Where is it at? We haven't seen it one time in this debate. He's just trying to appeal to y'all and say that, oh, yeah, you heard him say about Afrocentrics? You got damn right I'm Afrocentric. They're my people. You got damn right I come in the name of Ivan Van Sertima, Renuku Rashidi. Them my people. You come in the name of Randy Rudolph and all these other squares. That's what you do. Ain't showed us nothing. Ain't showed us no Columbus route. When is you going to talk about Columbus for the whole round and not me? That's the title of the debate, judges. Remember that. Did Christopher Columbus come to the Americas before Africans? Am I still on or I fall off?
You still on, bro?
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. So, did you say how many minutes you say I had left? I thought I had
you got 7 minutes, 18 seconds.
Oh, 7 minutes. Oh, I'm finna rock and roll. Thank you. Stop it. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to it. I thought you said 2 minutes. Yeah, man. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, man. This dude's he's done. Defending a fairy tale. Let me get my screen back. Hold up. Exit full screen. Let's continue. You got damn right I'm theatrical. You who want to be put to sleep by Cedric? I got to carry the whole debate. Come on, man. All right, hold up. Can you stop my time for a second, sir? Don't worry about it, man.
Time is paused at 6 minutes, 35 seconds.
Okay, cool. Hold up. Good. Hold up. Let's get back to it, man.
And if y'all ever need to see your time, let me know and I'll share my screen. It's as simple as this.
All right. Can you hear me?
So I'm just showing y'all, if y'all ever want to see y'all time, let me know and I'll show you.
Okay.
Let me get your screen back up.
Yeah.
Time start when you're ready.
Yeah, man, this dude, man, let me tell you something about Columbus. Because remember, this debate is about Columbus. Did he come here first? He too smart to come here. Like, we too down, remember? This is the narrative. Columbus' arrival in America led to, like I say, erase indigenous people and their culture, their history. That's what it did. Columbus' treatment of indigenous people were brutal and racist if this dude really existed. I'm still on the borderline of thinking he never existed. Cedric can't prove nobody up here. He might as well be defending Jesus Christ, Santa Claus, and Spider-Man all hung out together in his living room. You've been bamboozled and hoodwinked to believe in the white narratives of Christopher Columbus, but disregard the black narrative of Abubakar II, our African stories. Look at this, man. Let me get back to my information. Let me get back. Let me see where was I at. I thought my time was up. Hold up. Don't keep going. Don't start it. Don't stop it. Let's see. Hold up. Let's see. Yeah. I want y'all to think. When has he presented anything to us about Columbus? Hold on for a second. Information. Hold on. I'm gonna keep talking. Can you see my screen?
I do not see this.
Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, look, let me put me on the big screen. Well, like I say, I came here, man, to fight against a narrative that's been in our community for a long time, and that is that us as a people, we weren't intelligent enough to navigate. We weren't intelligent enough to build empires. This is what the Eurocentrics are promoting. I brought a lot of evidence towards my side. I'm not saying there's conclusive evidence. I'm saying there is a lot of evidence that we need to look at. Cedric's believing in a story that was told to us as a child. You see? Like I say, man, I have brought you a lot of information. And in my last round, I'm going to go into the sciences of the study, the methodologies of them studying these minerals, studying these cottons, these oral traditions by other explorers. This oral tradition saying that they had encounters when they met up with the indigenous people. That yes, there are Africans here. So, like I said, man. How much time I got left?
You got 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, let me get back to my information. These 20-minute debates is long, but I'm with it. You keep my time going. I'm with it. Yeah. I won't, but like I say, my question, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if you do or don't like me. This ain't about that. This is about the validity of his information versus the validity of my information, of my thesis, of my information, of my research that I came across. Not this story of what was was fed to him as a kid. Where's these European tools that should be found before these African tools? Where's the food products that come from over to Europe over here before the African food? Where's their jewelry and their coins? We got coins that date back older than 1492 found in Americas, in Brazil, in Peru. He wants to keep crying about a source. Now, I showed you somebody with a source. Ladies and gentlemen, when he come back on here, is he going to show a source or somebody that's backing up the information that he's saying? I'm not saying that wins the whole debate, because the presentation counts as well, and you have done a miserable job explaining to the people your side of the story. I need to see when Columbus came over here, and you say he landed at what port. I need to see these royal documents. I need to see first-hand accounts of peoples there talking to him, saying, yeah, where's his crew? Where's other crews, other people with that shit? They've written documents about this guy. All these stories come years and years later after so-called Columbus existed. So if you're going to hold the Christians and the Hebrews accountable and saying that they have to prove this in a certain amount of time, you can't talk about them, what happened years and years later because they don't count, then you need to do the same thing. Not one time have you said, well, this is the route he's taking. Oh, look at these. Here's the textiles that come from Italy and Spain that was over here a long time ago. Oh, look, here's the linguistics connections between Italy and Spain, where we come from, that was amalgamated with indigenous people. Look at the shared loan words. Look at archaeology. He has not done any of that. Look at the religious connections. You haven't done none of that, bro. We saying who came in first, meaning who made the influence. And not only that, who genetic marker is here? Who's? Who's here first? Even if it's a small 2% sample found in indigenous people, 2% of that population at this time, that's a 500,000 to 1 million Negroes or blacks or Africans. That's a lot of baby making that can be done. What you talking about, bro? So do not discredit the 1 or 2% that you may see admixing the population. Look up the population and you take that 1 or 2%, and that's how many Negroes was floating around here. It wasn't just no 1 or 2. Well, man, this debate, like I said, man, to me, it's about who really being real to the people. Who explaining this better? Who has shown a source? Who has shown different information? He think he's a professor. You're not qualified to debunk anybody's sources, bro.
And that's time. That is time.
All right, come. Let's stop here.
We are moving on to the third and final round.
Hold on. DMG. Could I say something?
Of course.
I'm just saying they had an opening round of 10 minutes and they had 2 rounds of 20 minutes. Why we can't go into the question and answer round right now?
Brother.
I got to address, trust me, you won't mind doing this third round.
Okay. This is like this is a long shit right here. And I think we want to get to the question and answer round, but y'all made that decision. DMG, I'm going to exit out this motherfucker. I interfered when I shouldn't interfere. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, well, what are you doing, Ratchet? What are you doing? Nah,
yeah,
for real.
I'm fucking up.
Hey, Ratchet, listen, we've been spoiled by the best format in the business, the Versus Series format. So this is a little joint. We're going to get through it. We're going to get through it.
You're right. Stick with me.
I'm going to let DMG cook. You the spokesperson, DMG, by fault. Let me get up out of here.
You know, listening to that crybaby make all these superficial claims, try to play on your emotions for 20 minutes, it's hard. But as soon as my screen is sharing, let me know.
All right, for some reason it's telling me before presenting a screen, remove other media streams from the stage. So I don't know what it's talking about. I don't see nothing else.
Maybe
so
JJ's screen is still sharing? No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
All right, it should work now. Somebody just unshare. Go ahead, Sid.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry you had to go through that poor demonstration of scholarship. Again, you realize he can't actually present you with a source. And the one source that he presented you with, a pseudo always dies as its source. In its own rebuttal, it says the methodology, it is true, the methodology is flawed. It is not peer-reviewed. It has not been accepted by the scientific community. Remember in my opening round, I told you he was going to try this, but do not accept it. These are unsupported claims that he's making. Because this particular study was in reference, doesn't mean that it was corroborated by the scientific community. But this is, again, a lack of
the study that fast. Stop it,
environment he's dealing with. Now, in addressing the claims made regarding textile evidence, you just heard him talk about these artifacts, pre-Columbian African contact in the Americas. It is important to examine these claims critically. Given the lack of substantial evidence, he couldn't present you with any. He only was begging the question. First, both African and American cultures developed textile techniques independently. There is no conclusive proof that these similarities indicate direct contact. In the opening round, I told you what he would do. Because there's no evidence to disprove his claim makes it true. That's not how science works. The practice of weaving, spinning, and dyeing were common across different cultures and arose due to parallel development, not necessarily through diffusion. There is no African textile tools. You need to present us with the evidence or material found in pre-Columbian American archaeological sites to suggest African influence. You want me to do your job. Now, how does that make sense? Second, the claim of textiles patterns resembling African designs in the Mesoamericas or South American cultures is largely based on interpretation, aka lookership, not solid archaeological evidence. Many diffusionist theories, like the idea that textiles that traveled across the Atlantic before Columbus, fail to account for the independent evolution of similar technologies in geographically isolated areas. Similar textile techniques can be traced to shared human ingenuity, not contact between distant civilizations. Everybody buries their people everywhere. Lastly, while both African and Americans had sophisticated textile traditions, these should be viewed within their cultural context. The Maya, Inca, and other indigenous American civilizations developed their weaving independently using local materials. There is no credible evidence of African textile artifacts being found in pre-Columbian America. JJ wasn't able to present you with not only begging the question and making claims. In conclusion, while textile pattern may seem similar across continents, these similarities are more likely due to independent development rather than pre-Columbian African contact. Without tangible archaeological or material evidence, the claim of textile evidence for transoceanic contact remains unsupported and speculative, as he indicated in his own jargon. This is all speculation based on his emotion and how he feels. J.J. Sandhausen, in his desperation to fabricate pre-Columbian African contact, now he just resorted to one of the most ridiculous claims in the pseudo-historical playbook. Yams, yes. You heard it right. You just heard it. Yams. According to him and fellow blackologists, the presence of yam in America somehow proves that Africans sailed across the Atlantic and established contact with indigenous people before Columbus. This argument is not just absurd, it's an insult to logic, science, and common sense itself. First, let's address the basic botany. Yams, the Escoda, exist in Africa and the Americas because they evolved independently in multiple regions. There are indigenous species of yam native to South and Central America, distinct, just as there are species native to Africa and Asia. The mere presence of a crop in two different locations doesn't mean there was travel. It means plants exist in different places. If we follow 7000's logic, we have to assume that elephants in Africa and India prove that ancient Africans sailed to South Asia and dropped them off. It's pure nonsense. Second, let's talk about evidence, or rather the total lack of it. If Africans supposedly introduced yams to the Americas, where's the corresponding proof of contact, of this contact? There are the African tools, the ship remains, the settlements, where the linguistic traits you talk about, prove them, show them, or the genetic markers in indigenous population. There is none. There is zero archaeological evidence, genetic or linguistic evidence. You're talking about the EM2 when we know precisely when the EM2 gene was introduced. Multiple studies indicate this, and that's the corroborated evidence. You bring an unsupported, unverified hypothesis to the table. It says hypothesis in the title, and you think you have something. This shows you that you're out of a league. If there were actual contact, we would see unmistakable traces of African influence in pre-Columbian societies. Instead, all we get is vague speculations about crop that already growing in the Americas long before Columbus ever set sail. Third, real history and scientific research has already addressed how certain crops ended up in different parts of the world. For example, some African crops like rice arrived in the America after European contact via the transatlantic slave trade. Meanwhile, other plants like the Asian banana were introduced to Africa and the Americas through trade with Southeast Asia. But this is all documented. There's a clear chain of evidence for these exchanges. Unlike your fantasy yams, JJ, which is basically entirely on speculation and a complete ignorance of agricultural history. This is a classic example of pseudo always dying at a source. He pulled up a source saying, right, this is unsupported. The methodology is flawed. And we know when the EM2 came into existence. JJ 7000 took a real plan, stopped a fake narrative on it, and hoped that nobody would check. But the fact is clear, yams in the Americas are not proof of African contact. Just another failed attempt at rewriting history to fit an agenda. This argument is rotten. Just like JJ 7000's credibility, it belongs in the trash. What you doing up here, brother? Now, let's take a look at the Blackology phenomenon, because you accused me of attacking that. Yes. In the ongoing debate about African presence in the pre-Columbian America, we see a disturbing trend, the reliance on so-called Blackology teachers, pseudo-scholars who distort history, misinterpret facts, and promote misleading ideas for personal or ideological gain. These individuals often use their self-proclaimed authority to push fringe theories without credible evidence, relying on distorted interpretations of history and misrepresented sources. 7,000, much like others in the pseudo-scientific community, reference a collection of these so-called scholars whose work is often based on little more than conjecture, selective reading of history, and in many cases, outright fabrications. It is crucial that we identify and address these so-called experts to show how these fabricated narratives continue to mislead and confuse. Start with a big one. Let's now take a closer look at the so-called scholars that 7,000 often cites in support of his theories. These individuals are often recognized in the often not recognized in the legitimate academic community, and their work lack rigor, peer review, and credibility necessary to considered credible sources of knowledge. That's what JJ is presenting us with all night. Dr. Renuka Rashidi. Rashidi was an academic who gained some notoriety in alternative history circles, particularly in African-centered studies. However, his work is not considered credible within mainstream academia. Rashidi, who is known for promoting the idea of ancient African migration in the Americas, but his arguments are based on misrepresentation of archaeology and genetics, and has been widely criticized for lacking scientific basis. Dr. Ivan van Sertima, one of the most prominent figures in the so-called Blackology movement, van Sertima is often cited by proponents of African migration theories. His book, which JJ cited, They Came Before Columbus, is a cornerstone text in these circles. However, mainstream historians and archaeologists have heavily criticized van Sertima's claims. His books make sweeping assertions based on unreliable sources and dubious interpretations of evidence, including fabrication and misrepresentation of ancient African presence in the Americas. Dr. John Henry Clark was an African-American historian known for his contributions to African history, but he is often misquoted or selectively cited by pseudo-historians. While his work was important in advancing African history studies, some of his more speculative ideas, particularly those concerning African influence in the Americas before Columbus, are not supported by the scholarly consensus. His contributions, while important, are often exaggerated and misrepresented by fringe theories to give their arguments a veneer of legitimacy. Dr. Ben was a well-known proponent of the idea of African played a major role.
10 minutes, say 10 minutes.
In the Americas. While his work garnered attention within the Afrocentric movement, much of it is viewed with skepticism by the mainstream scholars. Dr. Ben claims often lack peer review evidence, and his assertion regarding African migration to the Americas before Columbus has been widely debunked. Like others in the Blackology movement, he took a speculative approach using unsupported claims to fuel his narrative. Dr. Chancellor Williams is another figure often cited by pseudo scholars. His book, The Destruction of the Black Civilization, is important in the African-centered scholarship, but his work on pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas is seen as problematic by historians and archaeologists. Williams relied on selective reading of history, making assertions that are not grounded in reliable evidence. JJ 7000 has now reached the peak of delusion by claiming Ivan van Sertima was never debunked or refuted. This is not just false, it's an outright lie that shows he either hasn't read the critique or is deliberately ignoring them. Either way, his claims collapse under the weight of real scholarship. First, Van Sertima's theories of pre-Columbian African contact were directly refuted by professional archaeologists, anthropologists, and humanists. The most comprehensive academic takedown came in 1997 when Dr. David Ortiz de Montalino, Dr. Gabriel Hasle Vieira, and Warren Barbeau published Robbing Native American Cultures, Van Sertima's Afrocentricity and the Olmecs in a peer-reviewed journal, Current Anthropology. The paper exposed Van Sertima's errors, including misrepresentation of archaeological evidence. He cherry-picked and distorted data to fit his claims, saying what JJ is doing. Lack of primary sources. Its evidence was built on speculation, not documented history. Lookership, selective use of linguistic. You talk about linguistic, I know why. He made wild, unproven connections between African and Mesoamerican languages. False claims about African skeletons. There is no genetic or skeletal evidence of pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. None. Second, Van Sertima never provided a single verified African artifact in the pre-Columbian American context. His claims about the Olmec heads were particularly ridiculous. He argued that their facial features were African, completely ignoring the fact that the heads resemble indigenous Mesoamerican features and that similar features appeared in other Native American artwork. This is nothing but the racist, they couldn't have done it they couldn't have done it themselves argument, repackaged in Afrocentrism. Finally, even Van Sertima himself admitted that his work was speculative. In later interviews, he acknowledged that he had not had no definitive proof of African voyages to the Americas before Columbus. But of course, Blackologists like 7,000 conveniently ignore that. So let's set the record straight. Van Sertima was refuted decades ago. Real scholars in real academic journals. JJ 7000 claimed that he wasn't debunked. It's just more fraudulent nonsense from someone who wouldn't know legitimate research if it slapped him in the face claiming he did his own research. At this point, JJ isn't just defeated, he's humiliated. Have dismantled his fabricated sources, exposed his fraudulent use of real scholarship, and annihilated every pseudo-historical claim he'd thrown out. But like all desperate pseudo-scholarship, he keeps clinging to the same tired nonsense, textiles, yam, and the ever-persistent delusions of Blackology. Let's be clear. Not a single claim he has made hold up to scrutiny, like his textile argument, debunked. The patterns and weaving techniques he tries to link to Africans are found across multiple ancient cultures, including indigenous American civilizations that developed them independently. There is no African textile influence in pre-Columbian America. Just another baseless assumption he hoped nobody would fact check. His yams argument utterly destroyed. As I already explained, yam have indigenous species in America, and there's zero genetic, archaeological, or historical evidence that Africans introduced them. This is just another classic case of Blackologists pointing to a crop and screaming, Africa! Without a shred of supporting data. It is lazy, ignorant, and flat out wrong. And Blackology itself, nothing more than a conspiracy-laden cult of historical delusions. These pseudo-intellectuals operate like religious fanatics, bending history to fit their agenda while ignoring actual evidence. They rely on cherry-picked sources, outdated methodologies, and outright fabrications. And hoping that repetition will make their lies true. But history isn't built on wishful thinking. It is built on evidence. JJ has spent the entire debate running from evidence, distorting real research, and shifting the burden of proof because he knows he has nothing. Pseudo always dies as its source, and every single fraudulent claim that he's made has crumbled the moment real scholarship is applied. He can double down all he wants, but the reality is clear. His arguments are worthless, his sources are fake, and his credibility is non-existent. This debate is over. Don't forget, though, he was never equipped to have it in the first place. Time.
Damn. 3 minutes and 12 seconds left, brother. You want to give all that up?
At this point, it is useless. He's just blabbing his mouth. He's been discredited from every aspect. He's totally disrespecting the audience. We've been here long enough. I mean, at this point, what is there else to do? Listening to him try and discredit real scholarship because emotionally, they couldn't sail over here. You can't provide any evidence. You just run in your mouth. Even your presentation is putting the audience to sleep. You're an embarrassment. You shouldn't be on the stage with me to begin with. He can have the
All right. Let me reset the time to 20 minutes. JJ, this is your third and final round, brother. Time gonna start when you start.
Yeah. All right, hold up for a second. All right, hold up. Give me 30 seconds here. I'll be ready. Yeah, man. All right, okay. Go ahead and start my time.
Time starts.
All right, y'all. Man, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry y'all had to sit through that. JJ this, JJ that. Come on, bro. We're finna get into it. All right. So now, as y'all see, during this debate, I have built my steps, my cases showing this side of the argument and then going against his side. As Cedric has been up here, he hasn't showed you any side of his scholars. I just presented my scholar last time, Bertollia. He didn't address them. So, also, we're going to get into let me rebuttal him real quick. Renuka Rashidi has not been debunked. You know, he's written extensively on the history and culture of Africa and American diaspora. He's known for his work in Africa and written several books. You know, so I mean, that ain't the argument though. So I ain't waste time and I'm gonna get into this. Now, he has to prove that these people haplogroup is here. Columbus, he ain't even told you what group he belonged to or none of that, right? So Columbus haplogroup, this is what I came up with, right? That I've researched. Research suggests that Columbus belonged to the Italian haplogroup R-M269. RM269. In America, studies have found that R269 is present in America, but in low frequencies than Europe. Now, here's the important part, y'all. The late arrival of R-M269. Genetic studies indicate that RM269 arrived in America relatively late, around the time of his voyage, his so-called voyage. I don't even believe he really got here. But anyway, ancient DNA studies in America, studies of the ancient DNA in America has found that the majority of Native American population belong to haplogroups A, B, C, and D. Absence of R-M269. Ancient DNA studies have not found RM269, the pre-Columbian and pre-Columbian American population, but we can find the M2 and the L in indigenous population. The RM269 is in European settlers. The RM269 has been found in European settlers who arrived in America after Columbus. When are you going to prove that Columbus even got here before any of these Africans? That's your job. That's your job. You shouldn't be up here with me. Let's keep going, man. Now, implications. The RM269 in America. The presence of RM269 in America is a result of European settlement, not an earlier migration. The indigenous American origins. The origins of indigenous American populations are distinct from those of European populations. The genetic legacy of colonialism haplogroups in America, meaning it came afterwards. We're going to detail breakdown. Look up. Origin, West Europe, Spain, Italy, and France. This is the haplogroup that Columbus come from, which I've asked him to show us. He didn't want to show this because he know that according to your records, if this is who you think this person is or who he belonged to, why ain't you showing them being here before an African haplogroup? That is a race. You haven't proved the story to be legit because you ain't came up with no documents, no proof of the Santa, meaning of Santa Maria, whatever you call that, right? And this spread throughout Europe during the Neolithic era, absent in America until the late arrival of the Americas. The pre-Columbian area, zero. Look, in the pre-Columbian area, 0 R-M29 samples found. 15,000 years of DNA records. Post-Columbian area, 1492 onwards. Now you see the appearance of this RM269 in the Caribbean. 5% of the modern population. And in Central America, 10%. South America, all after 1492. You ain't debunked nothing over here proving that Africans haven't came here before that. Now, African ancestry in pre-Columbian America is estimated at 2.3%. The source, Smithsonian, 2018. Native American population descend from 3 key migrations.
Killed them
plus 0.8% African ancestry in pre-Columbian Brazilians. I mean, what is this dude doing, man? Just pointing fingers. Ain't quoted that one source. He ain't brave enough. RM269 accounts for 7% of modern American ancestry. Source, National Geographic, 2020, Gene Legacy of European Colonization in America. Then goes to the data point and ancestry of modern and Central America. Let's keep going, though. Let's keep going. Here go to more sources. Look. And then don't forget, we got the Trans-Pacific contact between African and Native Americans 3,000 to 5,000 years ago. I don't even want to get off into that. That's for another time, another place. But that's been proven. The Trans-Pacific contact when they went the other route. Well, here goes some sources, bro. When are you going to bring up the supplemental table? Breaks it down. You see? Look, African ancestry percentage in pre-Columbian groups. Brazilians, 2.4%. That's about 1.5 million of that population. Caribbean Tainos. What is he showing? Before. Where's your people? The RM269 subtype. Colombians are era settlers brought mainly RM269 subtype R. 80% of the American RM269. Indigenous Americans still dominant. African and Asian DNA also found in Americans post-Columbus and pre-Columbian. Look, the Kenwood man, that's been debunked. All that. But we talking about Columbus, y'all. That's what we on. Look, the late admixture of post-Columbian RM269 European admixture arrived around 1492. Contained 5 to 10% modern American DNA. Highest in Central America, 10% European DNA. South America, 8%. Where's your numbers? Where's you showing the domination of these people that you representing? They numbers beating us here. You see what I'm saying? We know the transatlantic slave brought millions. That's when ours went up to 10 to 20. But before that, it was at 1 to 2%, which equaled out to 5,000. God dang, also 1 million Negroes or near 1 million Africans running through here. Before Columbus, now let's get to the sickle cell. Before Columbus, right, the sickle cell gene was present in Brazil, specifically in San Salvador, where Africans from West Africa, mainly the Beijing region, had settled. See the little numbers next to it? This is where you can find the sources, y'all. Mesoamerica, medieval Mexico, you shouldn't have got the ring with me because you didn't have a case. You ain't brought nothing to the table, sir. Medieval Mexico had contact with African traders from Mali, known as the Mandingo traders, who brought their culture and possibly their genetics. How about in the Caribbean, implied by African presence and cultural exchange in the region? Although genetic evidence before Columbus isn't specific in my sources, these findings suggest pre-Columbian African presence and genetic exchange in the Americas. Let's keep going, man. You see, he didn't do nothing. 3 rounds of nothingness. You see all the ad hoc judges? Make sure y'all take note of that. Now, see, now I did my correction found. Yes, I found credible sources suggesting sickle cell gene present in America before the transatlantic slave trade. We'll mark our certain things. I'm going to ask that. I'm going to ask them to cross-reference. I'm going to ask them to vet the sources. Our 2018 study, pre-Columbian presence of sickle cell gene in South America, published in the American Journal of Physical Anthropology. See the little number next to it, sir? Right there. All right. Found sickle cell gene in a 1,000-year-old Brazil skeleton remains. When are he going to show his side of the story, y'all? What source has he brought to the table to defend Christopher Columbus coming here before anybody judges? Now, the 2000 research, ancient DNA reveals African presence in pre-Columbian Mexico, published in Cell Reports. Discovered sickle cell genes in a 13,000-year-old Mexican genetic samples. 2017 study, sickle cell traits in pre-Columbian Ecuadorian monkeys, published in PLOS. PLS, that's where you can find it, sir. Huh? Let's keep going. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue, sir. What have you brought to the table? Nothing. Look at this, y'all. 2020 paper, pre-transatlantic slave trade, presence of sickle cell in America, published in the Nature of Communications. Confirms sickle cell gene present in pre-Columbian American population via ancient DNA analysis. These sources suggest that sickle cell gene present in America before transatlantic. Somebody mute their mic, please. A slave trade would be, excuse me, in America before the transatlantic slave trade. And then my chat or asking me questions. Would you like to dive deeper more to these findings? You don't use this type of chat that I got going. You see? You're using a chat GP3 that ain't even designed for academic research and studies. Now look at this. Yes, look what my chat engine said. Suggests that sickle cell gene is present in America before transatlantic slave trade. Here we go. We got the ancient Brazil skeleton, 750 to 1250 AD. Sickle cell genetic markers found in bones, excavations, 2011. Pre-Columbian Mexican codices, 900 to 1521 AD. I already beat your time. We here. We've been here. He ain't showed no trail or nothing. Just running his mouth. And sit here and did all them ad hocs. You can do that. That's not going to help you with this information.
10 minutes, JJ. 10 minutes.
10 minutes or more. This educational butt whooping that he's going to continue to get. Symbols depicting sickle cell shaped cells in ancient medical texts. Genetic analysis of ancient Peruvian mummies. Look at the year, y'all. 550 to 1450 AD. Sickle cell trait detected in DNA samples from 2018 study. After pre-Columbian symmetric links in South America, 500 to 1500 AD, suggests African presence and potential sickle cell genes introduction. We've been here. Native American, he want to try to, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. That's what you was talking to the kindergarten. You grown now. You shouldn't be believing in fairy tales. Is that what you told the Christians and the Israelites? Now it's your turn to get a taste of your own medicine. Now look at this, y'all. Native American genetic studies 2018 revealed African DNA admixture in some Native Americans. But he got up here and said there's no conclusive evidence of any admixture of Africans before 1492. Now you got to deal with that. You got to show up the facts. I heard what you said. Hope the judges is listening too, because he ain't gonna be able to show nothing. Let's keep going. Keep going. Now, verifying the sources with extreme scrutiny, verification results ran these sources through multiple verification checks, cross-check with academic databases, PubMed, Google Scholar, JSTOR, Science Direct, verified the fact-checking website, Snopes, factcheck.org. Yes, sir. So I ain't trying to hear you cry about that. Check publication credentials, publisher replication, peer review process, author credentials. Yes, let's keep going. Results for each source. Now, I'm just going to give you results for each source. American Journal of Physical Anthropology 2018. Authentic, verified through PubMed and journal website. Y'all see that? Here go the little numbers for you. Article title, Pre-Columbian Presence Sickle Cell Gene in South America. Here go the dot number, DOI 10.1002/a JPA 23744. Take a picture and go look it up. You ain't been showed us nothing but your mouth, your coon lip. That's what they want at you. These goddamn islanders come over here and try to tell us our history because they've been brainwashed by them Europeans over there still wearing white wigs. Let's keep it going, man. Authentic, verified through Science Direct and journal website. Article title: Ancient DNA reveals African presence pre-Columbian Mexico. They go to numbers again. Let's keep going. You ain't showing nothing on the screen. Here goes some more. Here goes some more. There you go. I don't want to hear nothing about JJ and check nothing. That's out the window now. That's out the window, sir. That's out the window. Here you go. Detailed breakdown of sickle cell gene present before Columbus in Brazil. Time frame around 1,000 to 50. These are checked sources, sir. You're in some trouble. Just like you can't defeat dental morphology. If I had time to get in that, you definitely can't defeat this sickle cell gene. You know, Europeans bring it over here. Huh? Time frame around 1,000 to 1,500 CE. Location, Salvador, Baja region. Y'all notice I had brought different sources. He hadn't brought any. He just want to try to keep debunking something. Bringing up sources that I didn't even bring in each round. Y'all notice that? Judges, pay attention. African origin, African specifically. Bay of Benin region, present-day Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. This is the sickle cell gene. Mali Empire traders and migrants. Genetic evidence. Here are more of the source. 2018 study published in American Journal of Physical Anthropology. Sickle cell gene found thousands of years before Brazil's skeleton remains. 1,000-year-old Brazil skeleton remains, sir. It's not that hard to get to Brazil from Africa. Stop it. Mesoamerica, Mexico, time frame. Here go the sickle cell, still floating around, sir. Around 1200 to 1500 CE. Location, Central Mexico. Valley of Mexico, present-day Mexico City, states of Veracruz, and Tabasco. African origin. West African traders from where? The Mali Empire. Mandinka people. Genetic evidence. Look at the study. Wait, what is he talking about? We can't even say that you brought unverified sources because you haven't brought any. You haven't even stated a case. You haven't proved to us anything. When are you gonna show us the day Christopher Columbus left and his map and his people and how his gene has been here forever, making a mark? When I'm showing you that the gene came late, then I'm showing you our stuff. He hasn't done that in this debate. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's trust me. We're gonna review this. Look at this. Hispaniola has present-day Haiti and Dominican Republic. Let's keep going. Jamaica, African origin. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Here you go. Summary and findings. Sickle cell gene presence confirmed.
5 minutes, JJ. 5 minutes.
I got you. African specifically, Brazil, Mexico, 1,300 years, predates transatlantic slave trade. Evidence suggests sickle cell gene arrived in the Americas before 1492. African origin and migration implicates African migration to Americas, the Atlantic before Columbus. And like I say, they also had a trans-Pacific migration route or trans-Pacific route that they use as well to do trade. See, authentic, fact-check website publication, credentials, and expert consultation. Let's keep going, man. When he go? Where's your methods at, bro? I mean, you ain't showed us nothing. You know, man. Damn, what the hell going on? Now, implicates, rewrites history, challenges the traditional narrative, validates oral tradition, confirms some African diaspora communities' oral histories and pre-Columbian presence in America. But there is a lot of oral tradition that these Eurocentrics like Cedric are trying to to say it ain't real. Look at this. That's more on the sickle cell. My time is running out. Let me get a look at. Look at this. What evidence supports what happens in Brazil before the 1500s? Here go my answer. Archaeological findings, genetic research, and historical accounts from European explorers confirm African presence in Brazil before 1500. How about this? Here go questions from their side. How did African traders and migrants from Mali Empire interact with indigenous Mexicans before Columbus? Possibly intermarried, leaving genetic and cultural legacies. Is he going to tell us about this Christopher Columbus character? What are the records of African presence in Caribbean islands prior to European colonization? Where are their records? Yes, implied through archaeological findings, genetic research, and account for indigenous people in the early European settlement. Let's keep going. This dude got into a fight he can't win. What role did transatlantic trade routes play in African migration to Americas before 1492? They facilitated African travel across the Atlantic via Canary Islands, the Caribbean, enabling pre-Columbian migration. You see that, y'all? You see how I'm showing y'all how this shit happened? Excuse me for cussing. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Huh? Okay, hold on. Let's keep going. Run out of time. Look, these are questions that Cedric. Look, how does ancient DNA analysis referral reveal African presence in pre-Columbian Mexico? Ancient DNA studies detect African genetic signals in Mexican samples dating back 1300 CE, confirming pre-Columbian contact. Look at this. What percentage of modern Brazil? We don't even need to do that. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Look at this. Can genetic research trace specific African genetic groups to pre-Columbian American population? Remember, he said that they couldn't do that. Yes, studies link Brazilian population to Yoruba, Nigerian ancestry, and Mexican population to the Mali and Gambian ancestry. But he wants to try to steal that away. How do sickle cell gene distribution correlate with African migration patterns in America? Sickle cell gene present mirrors. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're running out. Look at this. Weapons found tigers African style throwing axes. He ain't debunked none of this. Look at this, cross-reference sources. We did that. You know what I'm saying? Here go the methodology used. You know, careful digging and removal of soil, artifact analysis, chronological dating. We use that in our studies. Cedric hasn't showed any study. And look, no one has debunked him. Ain't nobody debunked Ivan Van Sertima. I don't care what you say, sir. Stop it. Stop trying to tear down our people. Let's keep going, man. Vetted process of peer-reviewed excerpts is relevant field. Verification of sources through multiple academic databases. I said that. So my detailed elaboration, cross-reference sources. Check twice for accuracy. Validation of methodology. Step-by-step explanation. This is what we did in the geochemical analysis of pre-Columbian weapons, African origins confirmed. Here go. Look. Did the minerals found in the pre-Columbian weapons in America originate in Africa? Yes. Geochemical analysis will reveal African mineral signatures. I don't know what he's talking about. Gold tip spears, none of that. He ain't done none of the studies. Killing this dude. Presented up here the studies to debunk these studies. Here go. Cross-reference sources. Check twice. Journal articles. Geochemistry in African copper deposits. Now, look at this. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. When is he going to bring something? He didn't through the whole goddamn debate. You hear me? Through the whole debate. Let me take it off there for a minute. Can I stop sharing for a minute? Let me get the last second.
You got 20 seconds, bro.
Hold up.
Man,
Okay, hold up. Let me get back on point with y'all. Like I said, man, he has no offense. None at all. He make you think. To even make you think that Christopher Columbus did the Americans trying to protect
It is time. And now, family, we are at the most, and this is what I call the check session. Each one of them.
Are you there? Hey, crew, let's just go ahead and do the final 5-minute closing.
Up to 3.
Let's go ahead and do the Mighty Hebrew. You did your part 1. Okay, Mighty Hebrew did a cross. Hey, jump on real quick. Let me Creamer, share the link for Mighty Hebrew.
Can step in and stop the stagnation, but it is up to the person asking the questions to mind their time. So if their opponent is stalling on a particular question, they have the option to move on, to stop their time, to ask us to get involved, etc. But it's to get the
DMG, I need you to
and while the brother is going to do what he has to do, we're going to do what we got to do. In 2025, we're going to show you, I suspect, one of these debates.
Diario de Abordo.
Can you prove that that's authentic?
Yes, it is in the museum.
I'm going to start when you start asking.
Yeah, we'll
put the time up on the screen as well.
No, I was trying to stop.
Hey, man, what is this?
Hello. Okay, my fault.
Bro, you come on. It's 2 holes.
Ratchet, what's going on? What you got for us, man? What you got?
I just wanted Super Wave because I cut out Super Wave. I just wanted him to get his analogy on the debate so far.
Actually, I was going to tell Super Wavy. Super Wavy is about
where they find this character?
Because I got to step away. But Ratchet, we got it from here, brother. We got it.
Yeah.
I'm about to leave out. This is my cue to leave, y'all.
All right, peace out. We're going to see you on the after show.
All right. Okay. My first question, Cedric. Yeah, I'm ready.
You got a Super Wave?
I got you.
All right, peace to y'all.
All right, you got the clock? You got the clock up? All right, Cedric. What's the name of Columbus' diary?
Diario de Abordo.
Can you prove that that's authentic?
Yes, it is in the museum. It is in the Archivio de los Indias in India. It is in the Indias in Seville, Spain. There's a fragment and remnants of it, but it was transcribed prior to it being destroyed. So there's literal fragments of it. Not to mention the fact.
Okay, that's enough. This is
what we call primary.
No, that's enough. G said that's enough. Are there any inconsistencies in the Columbus diary?
What inconsistency are you talking about?
The fact that the diary you don't ask the question.
The diary exists already established in the Americas. So there might be inconsistencies, but you would have to elaborate.
Hold on, Uncle Ted. What are we doing? Let him clarify. Go ahead, Uncle JJ.
Yeah, man. Now, there are inconsistencies in the Columbus diary, but you said they're not, so I'm gonna prove that wrong. What is the letter? What is the letter of the sovereigns?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The letter of the sovereigns is a document written by Columbus. Supposedly it was 1493, but we also know that is not real. So
Columbus didn't write the document. Yes, you're claiming.
Where can we find this document?
What are you
where
claiming?
can we find this document?
You're making the claim about the document. I just said you don't know. But if you claim that Columbus write the document, you're providing us with yet more substantiation.
Where can we find the document? Hey, Wavy, this ain't how you buy it. You tell them to be quiet during the time. You don't ask me questions, Cedric. Now, as you can see, what is the Toscanelli map? What's that, sir?
I don't know, JJ.
Okay, with this map, it's allegedly sent to Columbus by the Italian cartographer Poco Toscanelli, who supposedly showed him this route. See, so if you can't even prove none of this, I'm gonna keep it with questions. Can you prove Columbus' route to America?
Can I prove it? It's documented.
Okay, next question. All right. What is the Capitulations of Santa Fe?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, the Capitulation of Santa Fe is a document that outlines the agreement between Columbus and the Spanish monarchs. You're supposed to be, listen, be quiet. You're supposed to be providing evidence, but it's not authentic, bro.
Because for the evidence.
Uncle said, relax.
Hey, John, just pay attention to this. Pay attention to this, how I act during my time when it's time for me to answer. All right? Now, so he don't even know what so look at this. Okay, all right, hold up. You want more Columbus questions? Okay. Is there any evidence that there is a Columbus map? Is it authentic?
I wouldn't know why there would need to be a Columbus map.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. There's no conclusive evidence of this Columbus map, but we'll keep going. Why is Columbus buried in 3 different places?
That would you assume. I would never think someone is buried in 3 different places.
Okay, well,
I would have no idea why you would claim that.
Okay, so now I'm claiming it. No. Okay, so now I got to educate the audience. The Cathedral of Seville has them in Spain. They got them over in Havana in Cuba, and they got them in San Domingo, in the San Domingo Cathedral in Dominican Republic. So let me ask you this. Did they split his body up in 3?
Again, you're making a claim. Okay. I wouldn't make no suggestions. So I don't
thank you, sir. Thank you. Did you prove that there was conclusive evidence that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africans in this debate?
I think you did. We established, first of all, what a primary source is, which is Columbus's diary, which you made reference to yourself. I indicated where it is. It was transcribed. We have evidence from people on the ship, the medical doctor, Albert, who documented the expedition. This is first hand. You referenced just now the documents.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's good enough. That's good enough.
And Columbus. These are first hand accounts.
Hey, super wavy, bro.
Columbus being an actual
bro, that's good enough. All right. So where is this authentic document located, Cedric?
Which one of the documents?
Give me a location.
Which one of the documents?
Okay. Let's skip that one. He said they're authentic. Okay. All right. Did you in this debate prove that the Columbus haplogroup was here before 1492?
This question is indicative of your utter ignorance.
Okay, that's enough. If you're going to answer this, are you going to answer it? Yes or no?
I'm answering your question. So
okay, that was it. Okay.
There would be no way to do something that is. You asked me the question, allow me to answer it.
Bro, that's it. Hey, judges, look how he's acting during the question and answer round. He's doing ad-hoc. Now, how about, did Europeans have a concept of ocean depths before Africans? Yes or no?
What was the question again?
Did Europeans have a better concept of ocean depth before Africans?
Of ocean depth or depth?
Depths.
The question is irrelevant, even if the
okay, all right, thank you. Did they? All right. So did they have thorough knowledge of ocean currents and patterns, Europeans, before Africans?
Prior to them being able to get around the horn, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that. No. All right, let's keep going. All right. Which haplogroup is older, the EM2 or the RB1? The African haplogroup in America or the European? Which one was here first?
The African haplogroup and the European haplogroups all oppose 1501. That is coincide with the commencement of the African slave trade. So,
whoa. So, are you saying in front of the audience that the African haplogroup and the Christopher Columbus haplogroup came here at the same time? No, that's not what this is about. So, I'm asking you, which one came here first?
Do I need to repeat my answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first African presence in the Americas is noted at 1501, an individual named Juan Jerido. He was with the Spanish as part of their expedition. That is the first known African in the Americas.
Sir, I asked you no, listen. I'm gonna ask you again. Which came here first? I'm representing the EM2. What happened? Here's my question. What haplogroup are you representing for Christopher Columbus? Which one for this debate?
I have no idea what that question is.
Oh, okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, which story is more valid? How about this? Which story is more valid? The Christopher Columbus voyage or the story to tell that Mansa Musa told about Abakari II? Which one would be more valid to you?
The one that has the evidence, because there's no.
Okay, Scott. All right, thank you. What evidence have you brought?
We have already.
Okay, you listen, bro. Get him. What evidence have you brought to prove that Christopher Columbus came to the Americas? Where is the ships? Can you tell me where the ships are located?
There is no need for us to represent.
Yes or no? Can you tell me where the ships are?
Yes.
Where?
So a ship of that age.
No, where's
primarily from wood would have decayed.
No, where's Christopher Columbus ship? Nina, the Pinta, and the Santorina. Where they at?
Of course, these ships.
No ship, no goddamn voyage.
These ships were destroyed in the voyage.
Tell me where they were destroyed at. Where? What location?
What location? In the ocean. In the ocean. That's where ships are destroyed.
Okay, so you can't tell me where?
In the ocean, I just did.
Where in the ocean?
In the ocean, the Caribbean.
That's Elvis and SpongeBob? Where in the ocean?
In the Caribbean Sea.
Where?
In the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, where? Okay, so in the Caribbean Sea, ladies and gentlemen, can you disprove that the anchors they found over in Americas, in Brazil, these anchors that belong to the Mali Empire, can you prove that they were not connected to the Mali Empire? But what
first you would have to point me to a location where we can.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I got one more before
we have a museum.
That's cool. Location. You're right. Now, give us a location. Hold up. Now give us a location of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Give us one. Where they capsize at? Go.
If you expect wooden ships to exist after 500 years, that's an indication of your ignorance.
So can you tell us once again, did you prove that Europeans, Columbus haplogroup came to the Americas before an Afro haplogroup? Go ahead.
Again, that is a very ignorant question to assume that a haplogroup that came with a particular individual you would find prior to that existence.
All right, Tom.
Hey, he did horrible.
All right, Uncle D. All right.
That was horrible.
All right, Uncle Sid, we're gonna start when you're ready.
Okay, JJ. I'm going to start with your last question. How would you expect to find European genetics before Columbus came to the Americas? Prior to Columbus coming to the Americas, there was no new and old world contact. So how would you expect for there to be a shred of evidence for something that would not exist?
Okay, thank you. All right. So, am I still on? Can y'all hear me? Let's see. Can you still hear me? Listen.
We hear you.
All right, I want to turn my camera on. Hold up. All right. So, how we find out dates and times is called geochemical analysis, radiocarbon dating.
Stop. You're going into the question.
He don't want me to get into it, y'all.
So I'm going to reiterate my question.
Reiterate, sir.
European genetics arrive in the Americas at the point that Europeans arrive. You are asking us to present Europeans prior to Europeans you're asking us to present European genetics prior to the European genetics being in the Americas. How is that even a relevant question?
Okay, so the narrative, ladies and gentlemen, okay, let me rephrase it right. The narrative is, did Europeans come to the Americas, or Columbus come to the Americas?
So again, okay, thank you.
So
that means stop. It's my time to ask the question. We're not answering the question. So what I just illustrated is the ignorance in even asking that question, because you wouldn't be able to have European genetics prior to Columbus, because it's pre and post Columbus. Now, JJ, can you point us or indicate to us in which museum we can find artifacts like the anchor you're speaking about?
Okay. No, I haven't researched the anchors, but I have researched like they do have in a museum. I didn't look that up as part of my debate.
Stop. But, so you made stop. Okay, thank you very much. So you made a claim about anchors, and you actually have no evidence for where these anchors located, which I indicated during my debate that these are fabricated sources.
Did you ask the question, sir, or you just keep talking?
Shush, it's my time, so I'm doing what I want with my time.
You got to ask questions.
JJ, don't interrupt him. It's his time.
So we've established that there's no credible evidence for that either. You made a claim about yams, about food. Now, we've totally dismantled that claim. How do you stand behind the claim of yams when we know by genetic evidence that which yams are indigenous to the Americas and when West African yams were brought to the Americas? We have scientific evidence for that fact. So how do you continuously make that claim?
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during this debate, I mentioned food, coins, textiles. I never, if you go back and retry, I never specifically in this debate said anything about yams. Once again,
in his opening slides, you can clearly see the food source he was referencing was yams. You realize that he has no evidence for the yams. Now he's running away from that claim, which was actually presented. Now, JJ, you're making claims of African clothing and material in the Americas, yet you present us with no evidence for how this transoceanic voyage could have been made. Present us with some actual evidence, archaeological evidence, and a source where we can find the means by which this transatlantic trade voyage was made.
Okay. All right, we're going to do, okay, so can I share my screen, or are you just going to cut me up before I share my screen?
No, you don't need to share your screen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to answer the best I can. I see what he's doing. He don't want me to talk. So I can't even share my screen to answer his question, right? But through the Canary Currents, there's possibilities of them following
Stop. I didn't ask you for a possibility. I asked you for archaeological evidence of the means by which this transoceanic voyage could have been made. So then yet again, you start on some non sequitur which doesn't support your arguments. You made the claim and doubled down after I demonstrated by peer-reviewed sources how Ivan van Sertima was debunked. He himself made it clear that his whole work was based on speculation. Why would you lie to the people still and tell them that his work has never been debunked or refuted?
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ. You gotta unmute your mic. Uncle JJ, we can't hear you. You gotta unmute your mic.
JJ, unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so now I can pull up my phone and show you Ivan Van Sertima, Renuka Rashidi have been challenged.
Let's stop. Okay, good. You're wasting the people's time. Stop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do not need you to insist on lying. Everybody saw clearly, right, that he has been refuted and debunked by peer-reviewed academic work and by multiple sources. It was clear on the screen for everyone to see, where you admitted you do not care what I say. So do not make that regurgent claim. That is completely dishonest. You're intellectually dishonest. Now, you present your work in such a ridiculous fashion by presenting these sources, Bartoli, as if his work has been confirmed. Do you, can you provide us with a peer review source for his work?
Yes, I can provide that. But
not
the sources. How do you ask me to provide it and you cut me off?
Stop, because I know you're lying. We just need you on record. You We just needed you on record having committed a lie, because what you presented was the claims he made, and in your own presentation it stated clearly that his methodology is flawed and his work is not peer review. In my opening, I addressed the fact that you are disqualified from doing such. Why did you insist on still bringing a claim that is unsupported by peer review work? Why would you be disingenuous in this debate? That's my question to you.
You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ.
I got this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as you can see, for me to be disingenuous in this debate, that means I would have to be off topic. I addressed my situation as far as proving African DNA has been over. He has not proved anything about Christopher Columbus. All those questions I asked about Christopher Columbus, you should have been knowing these.
Okay, stop. Okay, thank you very much. We don't need you to process the information. Thank you very much. Do you know what genetic noise is? Can you explain to the audience what genetic noise is?
No, I don't know that right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so you make claims of EM2 genetics in the Americas, and you actually put the percentages up there, which are between 0 to 2%. Do you understand what genetic noise is, and how shared genetic ancestry can contribute to those minimal numbers in a genetic profile? The misuse of that data proves your disingenuousness when you did not even know what genetic noise means. So go ahead, answer the question.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers that I put up were markers and indicators.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Of genetic information.
I do not need you to speak any further. Again, you even don't know what you're presenting to the people. This is the disingenuousness I'm talking about, because you present numbers and you do not even know what genetic noise represents. And now that you've been caught out there naked, you're laughing, hey. But again, this is a testament to your disingenuousness, right? Now, my final question to you, why would you sit up here and lie to the people, presenting sources that are not vetted, don't exist, or either incredibly false? Why would you insist on presenting a commentary like sickle cells when in my first round I proved that the work by Dr. Clyde Winters is not accepted widely because the same genes does not prove shared haplogroups, and we know that environmental pressures can produce the same genetic outcome? Why would you lie to the people and tell them that that was not already disproved? Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when you say I lied, that's speculative. You haven't proved anything in this debate. You already said it. You can't even believe him. He said this is his last question, so now I get to run out this 30 seconds. As y'all see, ladies and gentlemen, in this question and answer round, who reigns supreme? Who's superior? Who addressed good questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I told you. You said you would be quiet.
Thank you. Stop. Be quiet. So you notice that he couldn't even answer this simple question honestly. In my opening round, I addressed, you can't use the word from Dr. Clyde Winters. He tries to sneak it in at the end of the debate. This completely disingenuous.
And that is the time. Damn. Listen, this was a hell of a debate. At this time, Super Wavy, I'm really going to completely leave it over to you, my brother. Please introduce the judges and all of that good stuff. Let the people know where the after show is. Gentlemen,
we don't get a closeout.
We get a
5-minute closing.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just making my exit and giving my man some final instructions. Y'all still gonna do y'all thing. So I want to thank both of y'all for coming on. As y'all know, it is the late night hours, and everybody who watch my channel know what I try to do in the late night hours. My queen is awaiting. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all coming in. Y'all showed up and showed out. It was live all night. To the judges, I appreciate y'all. One in particular who been ostracizing me for years. And hey, Super Wavy, you know what it is, my brother. Appreciate you. It's on you, gentlemen. Great debate. We'll see you on the other side.
Already. Hey, man, appreciate everybody for tuning in. Like, share, and subscribe. Powerful debate like always. We about to get this closing out the way. It's 5-minute closing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who going first?
I'm going first, man.
All right, let's get this money.
Let me shut this up. Let me know when my screen is scared. Shared.
All right. Ready when you're ready.
All right, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of this debate, and frankly, it has been an absolute massacre. What we've witnessed here is not a clash of ideas, but a public execution of pseudo-history, fraudulent scholarship, and sheer stupidity. JJ 7000 has spent 3 rounds flailing, grasping at debunked claims, misrepresenting real research, and making a complete fool of himself in the process. This wasn't a competition. It was an intellectual mugging. Let's go down the list of this clown's failures. First, in round 1, he comes out swinging with a laughable claim that we can't prove Columbus was in the Americas. That alone should have disqualified him from any serious discussion, while I provided actual primary sources. The very historical records that detail Columbus's voyage, kept in the General Archives of the Indies in Spain. I showed how historical consensus backed by physical evidence, documentation, and archaeology makes his denialism a joke. Instead of engaging, JJ tried to shift the burden of proof, a classic move of frauds who have no case. Then when it became clear that his Columbus denial was a dead end, he pivoted to his genetic claims. But here's the problem. They were fake. He fabricated sources. He twisted legitimate genetic research, especially the work of Skerb. Trust me, he couldn't mention Skerb because he knows I cut him off. And he tried to pass it off as African presence in the Americas. I ripped this apart immediately, showing that Skerb's real research, actually confirmed Native American descended from Siberian population, not African. Pseudos always dies as its source. And JJ was dead. JJ died with it. Then came round 2, where he doubled down on outdated debunked science like dental morphology. Newsflash, anthropologists haven't relied on tooth shape to determine ancestry in decades, but modern genetics has rendered it obsolete. But JJ 7000, stuck in the intellectual dark ages, still clings to this embarrassing relic of bad anthropology. His desperate attempt to make arrowheads and random artifacts into proof of African contact was another pathetic reach. Nothing but pseudo-archaeological garbage with no controlled excavation, no peer-reviewed confirmation, and no real evidence. Where's the museum, JJ? I didn't know. I didn't study that for the debate. But you're talking about the anchors. Just pure speculation, just fraud and more failure. And then came round 3, where he pulled out the blackology nonsense full force. First, the absurd claim that textile prove African contact. Really? Weaving techniques in the Americas developed independently, just like everywhere else in the world. But in JJ's fantasy, if two cultures both know how to make clothes, make cloth, it must mean that they have contact. This is the level of stupidity that we're dealing with. Then we got to his yam argument. No, I didn't talk about yams, yo, because you couldn't say nothing about yams, but you talk about food. Which food, JJ? It's the yams, which was a laughable to belong in a comedy sketch. He actually stood here and argued that because yams exist in both Africa and the Americas, that means that Africans must have sailed across the Atlantic and brought them. Wrong. Yams are a species in the Americas. No African contact required. This was nothing more than a botanical ignorance wrapped in historical delusion, not archaeological sites, no genetic markers, no controlled translation, just another blackology fairy tale. So what has JJ proven in the debate? Absolutely nothing. Every claim he has made either fabricated, misrepresented, or outright debunked. Every attempt at scholarship collapsed under the scrutiny, which every bit of pseudo history he spewed died at its source. And it all brings us to blackology, the disease at the heart of his nonsense. The entire worldwide is based on history fantasies, fraud, and wishful thinking. Blackologists don't engage in research. They engage in conspiracy theories dressed up as history. They cherry pick sources, ignore actual evidence, and when confronted with facts, they either double down on their lies or retreat to victimhood. But this isn't just stupid.
All right, Tom. All right.
Yeah,
Uncle Mandinka, let me reset my clock.
Yeah, man. I put me on the big screen, bro. I'm gonna talk to my people. I ain't got time. All he did was mimic and read through the whole goddamn debate.
All right, I'm starting your time.
Yeah, start my time. Ladies and gentlemen, man, what y'all seen in this debate was a massacre. A beatdown. The brother didn't prove or even make a case for Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus rolling over in the pseudo, but one of them 3 graves they got him buried in. You ain't even addressed the scientific aspect of this because there's 2 stories. The Mali story and the European story. So you don't believe mine, I don't believe yours. So knock those 2 stories out. Now you got to start giving us tools, weapons, maps, clothing, textiles, because you cannot prove that this European and his marker came here first. So you out of your league. You lost miserably up here trying to defend a goddamn pseudo-scientific racist myth that perpetuated colonialism and slavery. He's still stuck back there. This is the same guy who said we ate chips and monkeys. This is the organization that he come from, tearing down Black scholars. And if y'all notice, y'all can't name. And then look, he brought up Sure and all these other people that I didn't even bring up. That is called a straw man argument, sir. We can't see 3 sources that Cedric provided to this audience to prove his case. Not one. This guy, like I said, he has outdated information. You didn't debunk my scholar. You didn't debunk any of the information about all those weapons I mentioned. You didn't do none of that. We still waiting for you to give us some information on Christopher Columbus. Y'all seen what I did through this whole debate. Remember, judges, he was using straw man arguments in his very first round. You cannot make arguments for me before I even go. That ain't what I brought to this debate, but that's what you were preparing for because I left you out there. I threw the bait out there for you to talk about something else that I wasn't even going to be talking about. You didn't debunk dental morphology. You didn't debunk the sickle cell. You didn't debunk the EM2. You didn't show us that this European haplogroup got here first. You didn't show us no European artifacts. You didn't show us how they could navigate the celestial stars before African or shipbuilding or none of that. You didn't prove the documents. Where are the documents at? Where's the diary? You see how miserably he failed to answer any question that I asked him in the question and answer round. And when I tried to answer the question, he cut me off. He started doing ad homs and calling names. Ladies and gentlemen, man, I want y'all to go back, and this was a long debate. A lot of information was put out there by me, not by him. And I want y'all to go back and reevaluate. Put all the biases aside. I don't like you, you don't like me. That ain't what this is all about. You know, I see a couple of guys in the audience that I beat. You know, yeah, goddamn right you're going to be in there crying. It's okay. You know, but he brought up a lot of, he tried to discredit Ivan Sertima. You know, he has not been debunked. You read something. You didn't show the methodology of how they did it. You didn't show the scientific method. You didn't show nothing. You didn't show the scholars that agree with the person. Who was this person? You never even mentioned his goddamn own name. But this is your mission. This is your goal, to tear down black information, black scholars, and he calls us Afrocentric. So he has separated himself from us because the conscious community is about us being conscious of who we are.
1 minute.
Like I say, ladies and gentlemen, y'all see who brought out the real information. This debate won't just be seen on this channel. I'm going to take it to other channels. We're going to put up polls. We're going to put up judges. We're going to take it to 3 or 4 different platforms to show who really brought out the information and who didn't. Man, like I say, man, this dude did not prove Christopher Columbus came over here. He didn't debunk anything that I brought, man. That being said, I yield my time, man. And a lot of time in the debate, you see 3 minutes he gave up. You don't give up those 3 minutes in no debate. I'm done.
All right. All right. Hey, man, hey, I appreciate everybody that tuned in. You know what I'm saying? We got the queens still here. We're going to hear from the queens, man. We got Honey in the building. We got Tiffany in the building. And we got Sage in the building. Y'all can introduce yourselves. And we definitely want to hear y'all input. These are the judges for tonight. Let's hear from the judges. Honey, Sage, and Tiffany, whichever one of y'all can go first. It's up to y'all. Yeah, oh, y'all gotta unmute y'all mic. Y'all gotta unmute y'all mic. All y'all mics muted. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie, man. This chat is amazing, man. I never seen the chat so 50-50. The chat is riding with both sides. All right, Honey, you got the floor. You there, Honey? You gotta unmute your mic again. The chat was crazy, man. I got the chat saying Uncle West watched the first round, then he blocked Cedric. Man, we got a Sarim Carr and Sabio going back and forth. But okay, so we got Sage. Sage, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right,
can you hear me? Good. I would just like to say thank you, gentlemen, for coming here and debating. Thank you all for participating and putting your best foot forward. First and foremost, I would like to get into like the opening. I think that both of y'all did pretty well with presenting to us what you were like going to debate, what points you were going to touch on, things like that. With the rounds, I feel like sometimes the topic wasn't always like touched on like fully. Like Mr. Ortega, I feel like at times instead of arguing were Africans here pre-Columbus, you were like debating like were Africans like Native Americans or something, and I just don't
think
that was like the topic all the way. And I just felt like both of you could have used your time more wisely to present more information about the evidence that you had. Like y'all would like touch on it, but y'all wouldn't really expound on it. Like I would have liked to see more about like the journal of Christopher Columbus. I would have liked to see more about um what else was it? It was the journal and something else. Oh, and the settlements that were
That's
left
his job to show
by the
that,
Columbus
ma'am.
expeditions over here.
That's not my job to show that.
JJ, I've
What the hell's
noticed,
wrong
or
with you?
Mandinka, sorry, I noticed that you have brought up like the church, the Catholic Church and religion a few times as like a component of like
Man, this just sucked.
what your opponent should have considered in his debate, but you didn't like expound on like what you wanted to see from that or what that like was about. It was kind of like mentioned maybe briefly twice or whatever, but I just would have liked to see more. Overall, I think this debate was neck and neck. I do think y'all each stood y'all grounds when it came to the Q&A. Like no one really backed down, but I feel like
You
neither one of y'all
serious?
were answering each other's questions in like in its totality. Um, so I guess based on, I think just based on like debate organization, whose debate was more easy to follow
What
and
debate
like
organization?
concepts were easier for like the audience to follow along and grasp through all like the tangents and stuff that some y'all went on here and there. I think I will give the edge to Mr. Ortega.
All right, all right, all right. We like to hear that. We like to hear that. I like how you explained yourself and then you broke it all the way down. All right, Honey and Tiffany, whichever one of y'all want to go second.
Oh,
Y'all
but I will like to say, I gotta dip. Gotta put my kids to bed, gotta get ready. So everyone, y'all have a good night. Stay blessed.
I really appreciate you for your
Remember,
time.
this the judge that
All
was
right.
going for about damn near an hour,
Thank you
y'all.
very much.
All right, Sister Tiffany or Sister Honey, y'all got the floor. Y'all got to unmute y'all mic.
I can go next. This is Tiffany, Random Info. I also think it was a good debate. I agree with Sage on a bunch of the stuff that she said. I feel like with Said, sometimes you were going off into something that JJ didn't say at all. And JJ sometimes was going on a rant as well. And some of the information, the sources weren't clear. But you both did a good job on both sides. So I kind of see it both ways. So it's hard for me to pick, but I'm going to have to give the edge, I guess, to Said as well.
I mean, two of the worst judges in judge history, y'all. Y'all just
All right. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Honey, you there? All right, you got the floor.
It's my turn. All right. So I think it was a good debate, kind of. Cedric, you show like what pseudoscience is, what claims sound like, right? You showed like that Native Americans aren't African and all that other stuff, but none of that is like what the debate was about. It was supposed to be about Columbus coming to America before Africans. And you mentioned it was like a side note though, like you never actually showed us him coming here or anything, using the journals, using anything, any primary sources, nothing to show Columbus coming here before Africans, or like, you know, him, what he saw here, what happened, like nothing. We got none of that. We got mostly just that you think that Mandinka is pseudo, but you didn't actually prove anything. And then Mandinka Mali, you said a whole lot of things. Like you brought a few sources that you quoted, but most of your debate, you didn't show the source for the stuff that you brought. You was just saying stuff. And a lot of questions you asked, like referring to the Catholic Church and the Spanish people Spain being behind Columbus, like you didn't even address that. You just asked those questions and they moved on. You never went back to it. So even though I literally know, I know that Africans were not here before Christopher Columbus, I would have to give the debate to JJ because he was on topic. You know what I'm saying, with what he was saying. And a lot of his like stuff that I think is pseudo went unchecked. There you go.
All right, hey, appreciate that, honey. Appreciate your opinion. Hey man, we got a couple, and that was our judges right there. So that was our judges. Now we want to hear from the people. Before we hear from the people, Uncle Sid or Uncle Mandinka, do y'all want to say something real quick to what the judges said?
Yeah.
Real quick.
First,
hey, bro.
If you're making the claim that there's African genetics here, I'm going to establish that is a completely false claim when you're trying to prove that Africans were here first. So you establish by genetic evidence that there's no evidence for that. That was fundamental to JJ's claim. Furthermore, if we have a consensus.
Okay, y'all seen the 3 rounds. Y'all seen the judgment of the judges, you know.
Which is established.
I just called Karima.
If I can indicate the primary sources.
Oh, there she go. And as you can see, the two judges before Sister Honey Clark were horrible. One of them was gone for the debate for goddamn 45 to 50 minutes. The other one was talking about she wanted to see more with the European civil. The settlements of Columbus and his journals and stuff. Ma'am, that wasn't my job. That was Cedric's job to show y'all that. That was his story to piece together. This is how you know that these judges, they just picked them up at the last minute. But hey, I'll take that L on that platform. But when we show this debate on other platforms, we're gonna see. But like I say, 2 judges on that platform don't make up the consensus of the conscious community. Because Mighty Hebrew, I also did a review on the debate. So it is what it is. But all I can say to you, Paradigm Shift, you had no reason to go and snap out on me when we noticed that the judge was gone for damn near from the 29-minute mark. Then she came back at the hour and 3-minute mark. That's damn near an hour. We got her here on tape. That judge should really be disqualified. That's how we do it over here. If something like that happened, y'all should have fell asleep a couple of times. We had to call it a draw, or we either went to the audience. That's how you do that. Am I right or wrong, Kareem? Ain't that how we do it? Well,
yeah, that's exactly how we do it.
Yeah. You say you trying to model it after us, then do it right, bro. You know, I mean, come on, man. How can that judge? It was gone for dinner an hour. Her vote don't even freaking count. The other judge you have out there, if you go see the beginning of the debate, that's one of my trolls or ops in the back chat. Yeah, watch Hondo. Shout out to Hondo. Watch the whole debate, bro. Man, that dude. Kramer, overview of the debate, real quick. Let me say this. You go watch the debate. He starts off making arguments that I haven't even made in this debate. He don't state his case about how he can prove Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before Africans, you know. And then the opening, he was arguing stuff that I wasn't bringing to the table. His first round, through the whole debate, really. An hour and 25 minutes of him talking, we didn't learn anything. But anyway, hey, like I said, man, I hope y'all enjoyed it. I hope y'all learned something. But so be honest, you gotta do better in these debates, bro. With that being said, hey, peace and blessings. Hey, Kareem, I'm out. Thank you.